Ah, hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Uh, as you can see, we're gonna take a peek at the patch notes. Korea got a pretty big patch drop yesterday. They got Ogatia, a whole new continent, and then alongside the continent, they got the class balance patches. As you can see, I have it designated on the left. We're gonna have the PTR stuff that they had in the PTR build, and then on the right we have what actually made it to live. And we're kind of gonna see what made it, because there were some changes. Not everything made it just straight off into like not everything translated one to one. Some changes just got mostly reverted. Some changes got some slight tweaks here and there. I'd say it's probably about 50-50 the changes that happened versus like what made it into live. So we're kind of just gonna jump into it and see how, like, and just check out all the stuff. I'm gonna try not to spend too much time on it because like we covered a lot of it when when I looked over at the PTR patch last week, and I kind of already had gave my thoughts on like the classes I played and the classes I've like researched in like Berserker, Scrapper, and Destroyer. So this is kind of more just looking at the changes and what actually made to live and what we can be expecting to come our way in the future, because we don't know when it'll come, but it's pretty much a guarantee we'll get these class balance changes like eventually. I imagine probably maybe June, July at the latest. So, and then and it's also been confirmed by Rocks that any unreleased class, their plan is to release it in its most updated state that it made to live. So we're just gonna go pass through and we're gonna see what changes were made and tweaks from the PTR version to the live version and stuff like that. And some changes were a bit interesting. Some changes, like some classes just got like no change. Some classes maybe got one or two extra abilities. Some classes got a lot of abilities added on like later on. So it'll be interesting to see. So we're gonna start off with the Berserker and then just work our way down through everything. Berserker, for the most part, their changes, they didn't really change anything on the abilities, like what they were gonna do. The abilities were pretty much the same. The numbers, from what I could see, they didn't really change anything number wise on the actual abilities themselves, but they did some pretty big changes to Mayhem. They kind of pulled back a bit on the nerf for the level 2 and level 3 of the engraving effect. Originally, it was going to get nerfed down to 7 and 14% respectively for the 2 and 3, but it got bumped up to 8 and 16% for the 2 and 3 for Mayhem. So likely what this means is the change will probably be that you'll still probably be building Mayhem level 3 out completely, and aside from that, the other changes such as the more reduced recovery effect and shield effect and all that stuff still went through. The other pretty big change is they now made it where you can use Androphen potions as a Mayhem Berserker. If you don't know what Androphen potions are, which is kind of normal, in our version of the game, you're not really, we don't really have any content where you have to have Androphen potions. But Androphen potions are basically the little purple potions that they take like 25% of your health and then they give you a really big damage boost for a limited amount of time. And Mayhem Berserkers couldn't use that because all they have is 25% of their max health. And that potion would consume like the whole, like 25% of the whole HP bar, not necessarily, like it wouldn't it wouldn't fluctuate to consider the fact that Mayhem only has 25% of the health and take a quarter of that. No, it just, if a Mayhem Berserker tried to drink an Androphen potion, it would straight out just kill him. So they couldn't use it. Now they can use it. I don't know. I don't know how that work out. I don't know like how much of your health it'll consume on a Mayhem, but that's basically that's a pretty big DPS boost for them on burst modes, on burst windows, which will be interesting to see how it pans out, because they gave them Androphen potions while kind of like reducing how much they were nerfing them. And the point is that Mayhem Berserkers were really strong, just straight out the gate without having to, like, without using Androphen potions. So I'm kind of curious how this will play out in the long run. Also, another change, this is more of a quality of life change, is when you're full at your 25% health, you'll no longer use recovery type potions. So that way you won't accidentally use a pot when you're Mayhem mode if you fat finger it. And then they kind of just say here that the third level efficiency was lower than the first level in some situations, so they decided to just like not nerf it as much as they were planning originally. They nerfed it by 2% instead of the whole 4% that they were going for. So that's kind of just that. Next is Warlord or Gunlancer, as he's called in our version. The Gunlancer, for the most part, hasn't really changed number wise. Like the abilities that got buffed. The one thing that did get added is that Shield Slam was given level 1 weak point, so that's pretty good. So that way you can. I think this is primarily for Blue Gunlancer, because I think Red Gunlancer has weak point on their abilities, but now Blue Gunlancer has some weak points, because I don't think you take Shield Slam as a Red Gunlancer. But you know, nothing big damage wise. It's just a nice little change so that they can do some extra stuff. Destroyer's change was basically went through all the way through. Even though that for some reason they put Power Shoulder up here, it's still the same. So there's no real big difference, like number wise. Everything kind of translated across, just the same playstyle, the same damage values. The one thing that did get added that was kind of interesting to note is, as you can see over here, this is the PTR side of things. We have Perfect Swing, Seismic Hammer or Sizing Hammer, and then Earth Eater as like 3 purple abilities they made changes to. But then when you go over to the live version, you have Perfect Swing, Sizing Hammer, Earth Eater, and then you have Neutralizer that got added with skill action speed increased by 20%. So that's an interesting change. I don't know how it'll come out. And something that was interesting to note is that they added a little note at the bottom that said, in addition to Earth Eater and Neutralizer skills, which have been changed to charging, and now Neutralizer being changed to charging, I kind of caught me off guard, because I went back and I tried to look at some videos for like class skill displays for Destroyer, and as far as I know, Neutralizer is a combo skill, and I don't think it has a tripod that could turn into a charging skill. So I think they might have just changed it to a charging skill to maybe fit in. I don't know. This could just be like a mistranslation, because I am just using Google Translate. But all I know is that for a fact, Neutralizer got changed with skill action speed increased by 20%. So we'll probably have to give like, I wanted to like look at Loa and see maybe what the top destroyers who, you know, are predominantly whales, so they'll drop the cash to kind of get their tripods and stuff leveled. What they're running, but when I looked the other day, the builds were kind of like all over the place. So I think that probably still needs some time, especially if Neutralizer got changed from PTR to live, because I didn't see any. Because like again, on the PTR side of thing, they didn't do anything to Neutralizer, but on the live version, they apparently increased the skill speed and then made it charging. I don't know. Again, I don't know if that's a mistranslation or not, but is what it is. Paladin didn't really get any changes to the skills they had, except they buffed slightly the judgment engraving. So your DPS engraving, they buffed the duration of the blue thing, of the blue, whatever it's called. I don't know what it's called in the West. But basically, as a paladin, you have 2 stances that you can use your gauge on. One is the healing stance, one is the DPS stance. And then what they did was that they increased the duration of it by 25 and then 50% respectively at level 2 and level 3. I don't really think that's gonna really do anything, because I still don't think people are gonna take DPS paladins to just about anything. So unless you have like a pre-made group. Wardancer was one that had some pretty decent changes. So they reverted a lot of the straight buffs that they gave to like this is a, what is it, Flash, Heat Fang, and then Sweeping Kick. These they had just increased the damage like unconditionally to both of them in PvE. They reverted those buffs, and then what they did was that they buffed the specialization scaling. So now instead of scaling by 0.225, it now scales by 0.27, which is a pretty big buff, honestly. That's what a 0.045 buff, like that's pretty big. And they kept everything else mostly the same. You know, it's still 18%, 14% damage. This still got changed to mana recovery. And then what they did was, so they buffed the specialization scaling, but then they also went down here and they buffed the first intention engraving some more. Even though it says it's translated to beginner, but it's first intention in our version. Basically, originally it was only going to be buffed by From, as you can see, from it was going to stay at like the same at level 1, and then it was going to go 22 to 30%. Now they made it where it's level 1 gives you 16%, and then it scales to 24 and 32% if you go to level 2 or level 3. And they kind of explained down here that it was confirmed that the reason they did this change was because if they kept these as is, they had a, what had happened was apparently on the PTR, the damage from these abilities had overtaken the damage from your esoteric abilities, apparently, even like in the esoteric build. So they basically changed it so that way the O skill, the esoteric abilities will scale more with specialization, and then they just buffed the first intention some more to compensate. It seems is what I'm understanding this as. Again, this isn't a very clear cut translation because it's just Google Translate, but that's kind of what I get from piecing it together, which is probably a smart change, because having the regular damage just over trump esoteric would kind of just defeat the purpose of having first intention and esoteric abilities. Infighter basically didn't get changed to damage, number wise damage on the values, but what they did change was Roundup Sweep got an additional change in its tripod effect, the quick prep, where it's in its current state in our version, it every time you crit, Roundup Sweep has a chance to reset, and it starts at 50% and it caps out at 83%. They now changed it so that just when the attack hits in general, it has a 30% chance to reset the cooldown, scaling all the way up to 54% based on tripod level. I don't really see the reasoning behind this change, to be honest. I mean, maybe at lower levels it kind of helps out because you don't have a lot of crit at lower level, but I think at higher level it doesn't really matter. Not to mention, I think this only really affects if you run like Madman as a tripod, because in that state you would only have if neither of the hits crit, then it wouldn't even have the chance to restart. Aside from that, they didn't really change anything else, if I'm mistaken. Like everything else number wise stayed the same. They did do a developer note where it was like the quick preparation tripod efficiency skill occurs excessively in certain situations, and the tripod effect has been changed. I find this weird because, at least for me playing around, granted, like I have 2-piece Argos in effect. I'm working on getting to the 5-piece, but 2-piece Argos with level 3 adrenaline on top of what little crit I already have, and I run the tripod where I gain 2 stacks of Roundup Sweep instead of 1 stack of Roundup Sweep. I don't really see. I personally, I don't understand. Maybe there's something like when we get higher up that was causing issues. Like, to be fair though, the fact that it was occurring excessively on a skill that, to be honest, is not your highest of damage, it's more of a filler. Even with the granted, I guess maybe with the back attack change, because the point is I think there was a video that was showing that on the PTR, shock training scrappers were hitting Roundup Sweeps of like 12 million on crits, which is kind of disgusting. So maybe that's why they did it, where it was just dealing way too much damage if they left it as is, because again, they have like higher crit than we do due to higher accessories and whatever. So maybe that's what caused it. But I don't know. I think this is, if anything, what this is going to do is just going to make it where you kind of have to take Madman tripod, because having the double hits gives you a higher chance for it to reset, because it has a 30% chance when the attack hits. Madman, I think, hits like 2 or 3 times. Like, it hits a couple times, because it's like I don't know. I'll check it out. I have it on my Chaos Dungeon build, so it hits at least twice. So it doubles the chances to work. But Soulfist is the one that they reverted like half the changes. Like, well, actually, almost all the changes got reverted. They, as you can see on the left with the PTR, you have all these blue skills, they're pretty big one, and they had all gotten changed in some form or fashion. They reverted all those changes, basically. They reverted all those changes, and then since they did that and they gave back their attack power buff, they also toned down the damage bonuses they were doing, because originally it was supposed to be an increase for all skills damage except for awakening and basic attacks was supposed to be by 30%. and this was to compensate for the fact that they would have been losing their attack power boost. But now, since they gave it back to them on the actual patch version, they, instead of increasing it by 30, they just increased all damage by 7%. From what I looked, I think most of the other changes stayed the same, from what I understand. So there's really not a big difference there. Their reasoning was they also undid the awakening damage buff. So, but they kept that you can now cancel your out of your like hype state, which it'll probably take some getting used to, because I can see people accidentally canceling their hype state in a rush when they're not used to it. But in the long run, this is probably going to be more helpful, because in the Legion raids, apparently there's a lot of times where the Legion commander just like leaves, or you just can't hit them at all, so it's just wasted anyway. So instead of having to wait for it to deplete all the way to then rebuild it, you can just cancel it and just start passively building it back up while you're waiting, so that way you can be pretty close. Here they just say basically that they determined that structurally there's a lot of work they'd have to do to kind of like tweak it without doing these changes in this direction, and that the direction they wanted to take was apparently very different from the way players who had played the class for a long time wanted to go. So they're gonna they basically like reverted a lot of the changes, and that they're gonna like in the future kind of look at it more, because the point is this is like the first wave, right? Like they're not this isn't like a one and done thing. They plan on taking the rest of this year to do a bunch of class balance changes to kind of bring classes more in line with each other, and that includes like engraving, identity gauge, all that kind of stuff. So it seems that they're just going to save Soulfist for a little bit further down the line and kind of like go back to the drawing board on what changes they want to do with it. It was kind of interesting, because from what I could gather from the streamers I watched that play on Korea, any streamer that like played Soulfist heavily hated the changes. Any streamer who was kind of looking at Soulfist from the outside like an alt were intrigued enough by the changes that they wanted to try it, even if they hadn't made one yet. And I think it was a case of the changes may have been like enough to bring new people in, but then it would have made everybody that made like leave to something else, or even just quit the game outright. So it seems they decided to go to lean more towards the players who had been playing the class for a long time, and kind of like maybe help bring it more in line with what they want and stick with that. I think it's a little unfortunate, because I think it was pretty interesting, the idea they wanted to go down. Because it seemed like the direction they were trying to go was kind of turn Soulfist into the martial artist Gunlancer kind of thing, where you're not necessarily 100% of support, but you bring some pretty good supportive abilities to the party and stuff like that. But I guess the Soulfist mains didn't want to, they didn't want to go that way. They wanted to stick as a damage dealer. And I mean, to be honest, we'll never really know which way was the better way to go. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. So that's it with Soulfist. Soulfist basically just most of the changes got reverted. It plays the same way it used to, and then they just buffed a couple of the stuff. Lance Master has a couple of changes on some of their abilities. For the most part, everything stayed the same. But some big changes that happened was to Thrust of Destruction, which is Blast Wave here. They changed more tripods. So what they did was that they took the shield tripod and then the weak point detection tripod, and they flipped them. So that way you now have shield in the level 1 tripod range, and then you have weak point detection in the second tripod range. And then in doing so, they slightly buffed shield, and then they slightly like equalized out shield, and then they buffed the weakness detection one, since it's now a level 2 tripod or a second row tripod. So now instead of capping out to 40%, like it'll start at the same damage threshold, right? So at level 1 tripod, it'll be 30%. But they then buffed it where when you start getting tripod levels, it'll cap out to 60% instead of 40%. So it's technically oh wait, no, hold on. I'm looking at the wrong things. Right, so it goes from 45%. I should just look at my notes. It goes from 45% to 60%. So you gained 15% damage at cap, and then they buffed the first level to start at 30% instead of 20%. So it's a pretty sizable buff. I think for the crit build, this is probably pretty good. Aside from that, this change, the spear tip attack tripod was change is the same, to where instead of needing to hit the tip, it's now just a flat crit, 50% crit with increased crit damage. The other one that got slightly changed was four-headed dragons. They reduced the buff that the damage buff that they were going to give violent stab. It was originally going to start at 70% and then get scaled to 105%, and now it starts at 55% and scales to 90%, but they gave it an increased 20% crit on it. So, which they originally weren't going to do. So I think, again, they're kind of just making it a little easier to build. I think this is predominantly more for like the crit build. So if you go spec crit, so spec swiftness. So interesting change there to see, but still not a lot. Most of the changes still kind of like just happens the same. So Striker had an interesting change in the actual, like Striker didn't get any damage changes like number wise, but what they did get changed was they had removed the piercing, the ability to pierce through boss monsters with the lightning tiger strike, because that was causing an issue where it could put you in some pretty bad situations. And as you can see, that didn't make it to live, because down here what it says is there's an invisible wall bug that happens, and it's not something that's exclusive to Striker. It happens with any movement ability that's like aimed at the boss and then the boss moves. So basically what happens is that when you do like say a charge or something at the boss, and then the boss moves before you get there, the server hasn't updated that the boss has moved, so you don't keep going. You kind of just stop early, because it's like it's what they call the invisible wall phenomenon. So apparently when they undid the piercing attribute for Thunder Lightning, Lightning Tiger Strike, I think that's what it's called, it ran into the invisible wall phenomenon. So they reverted the change, and then they're just going to wait until, because they've been working on changing that system part so that doesn't happen in the future. So they reverted those changes, and then they're just going to tackle it when they fix the bug, is what it seems like they're going to do. Deadeye got some extra changes. They didn't get any number changes, so they kept the same with the counter, and then the as far as I know, the Pistolier engraving numbers didn't change either. But what did change was that they reduced the pushback that Quick Shot and Cruel, well, this is Chain Shot and Cruel Tracker do. Because if you've done Deadeye, you know that both of these abilities have, your character steps back quite a lot when using them, and they can lead to some pretty unfortunate circumstances. I'm still a little surprised that they didn't give some sort of distance buff to the shotguns, because to be honest, the shotguns are something that the boss takes half a step forward and all your damage goes out the window. You go from like doing 500,000 crits at like 1302 to doing like 50,000 crits. It's a pretty big damage drop off. It's a very tight window. And some of the shotgun moves actually make you move back pretty far. Well, far enough that even if the boss doesn't move, if you don't like shove your shotgun straight up the booty, you'll kind of like push yourself out of range. But aside from that, they didn't do any damage tweaks, because basically they're just like get good, which I think, I don't know how this will go over for the enhanced weapon community, because there's a lot of good Deadeyes like that play enhanced weapons, especially on the Korean servers. And the damage threshold is there for Deadeye for enhanced weapon. But the problem is that a lot of those players, from what I understood, they didn't feel like it was very fair. They felt like they had to do like 1,000% more effort into trying to getting to deal just as much damage as everybody else, and then you have to go even further than that if they wanted to deal more damage than everybody else, because of how tight the damage windows were for shotguns. So I'm kind of surprised they didn't do anything here. I wonder if with the Pistolier buff, if that'll bring the damage close enough so that maybe you'll like the enhanced weapon guys will just swap over to Pistolier and say fuck it. So we'll see how that goes. Because the point is I think there's a slight argument right now where a lot of people are like, well, just because a class is harder doesn't mean you should deal more damage. And I kind of don't really agree with that mentality, because at that point, it's like, then why would anybody ever play a harder class, right? If Enhanced Weapon and Pistolier deal the same amount of damage, but you need to do 3 times the effort on Enhanced Weapon over Pistolier, especially in fights that are very fast paced, why would anybody play Pistolier, even if you like the Enhanced Weapon playstyle? Because the point is, it's not even going to be a sense of, oh, well, if you like the playstyle, just play it. People won't take you. Like, that's the other thing. Like, you have to, like, people have to remember this is an MMO, right? So people, if people know that one build is harder to play than the other one, and people will know, but they deal more or less the same amount of damage, you're going to take the easier playstyle over the harder one, because you know that player has a higher chance, especially if it's a pug, has a higher chance of actually dealing the damage he needs to deal over the other player. So that's something that, like, I don't know if it's going to stay like this. Again, they did specify that this would be like the first wave of changes coming this year. So we'll kind of just have to wait and see how the rest of that happens. Artillerist actually got some pretty nice little additions added to some of their tripods. Let's see, Air Raid got another tripod changed, where their firebombing tripod, I don't know what it's called in our version. I don't play an Artillerist. Basically, they made it where, on top of stacking the damage with the burn, it now also deals increased damage to monsters of a certain grade or higher. I don't know what the seed grade is. I'm assuming that's like named or higher. So it's just increased damage starting at 15% and then goes to 40%. So that's pretty good. That's just buff damage. And then multiple rocket, the fire rocket tripod got the same treatment, except that instead of needing a certain level or naming of like elite or whatever, it's just a flat damage is you traded the burn stack for just a flat increased damage that starts at 15% and goes all the way up to 40%, which is probably, it might be nicer. Like, it'd probably make it a little better. I think in PvP this is probably a pretty good change. Well, debatable. Well, actually, no, yeah, because you have flamethrower. So if you, granted, I don't know what Artillerist uses in PvP. Again, I don't play one, but I think this is to combat the issue where, like, certain bosses have like phases where they go invincible, and so if you have this dot and they go invincible while the dot's active, well, that dot's not dealing any damage. Meanwhile, if it's dealing all this damage up front, then you don't have to worry about that. So those are some pretty good changes. And then one other change they slipped in was for the identity on the skills for it. The howitzer attack got its cooldown reduced by 3 seconds. So now instead of 12 seconds, it's 9 seconds. So pretty good changes sneaked in there for the artillerist. We'll have to kind of wait and see if it really like shakes anything up. Hawkeye, or Sharpshooter in our version, is another one that actually got a decent amount of changes. As you can see, this is pretty short here, and then this is the PTR version, but if you look at the live version, there's a lot of little stuff that got changed along the way. So basically, the slash and tenacious pursuit, whatever that is in our version, those changes stayed the same. But Bladestorm, they changed it where in the PTR they had just changed it where for every 3 hits it increased the gauge that it would give you for the hot gauge, because Bladestorm is kind of like what they use for like gauge gain, I guess. But in the live version, what they did was they made it where there's another tripod called Shadow Dance, which, from what I understood from looking at it, because again, I don't play a Sharpshooter, it basically like summons a clone that also throws out. So it basically like doubles the amount of hits you do or something like that, from what I understand. Also generates hot gauge, so you get more hot gauge period as long as you land it. And potentially it might be more than the other one. And then for Atomic Arrow and Charging Shot, the Atomic Arrow, they gave it a weak point level 1, and then Charging Shot, they upgraded the weak point from level 1 to level 2, which is pretty good. Sharpshooter got buffed. Or not buffed. Sharpshooter got changed on the focus shooting tripod. Originally, it would, what it buffed was the crit damage. Now the damage to the enemy is just increased, period. So it doesn't matter if it crits or not, it's going to get extra damage, and it starts at 20 and goes to 45%. That's probably a pretty big buff, especially if you play like from what I've seen, there's some people that they just play like a more swiftness oriented build, so that'll be helpful for them. What else we got? Snipe was changed a little bit. Well, Snipe got the same change where instead of it buffing the crit damage, what they did was they increased the crit rate of the easy prey tripod by 10%, and then they made it where now it just increases damage dealt to enemy as a flat rate, so it's not crit damage, and then it increased by 30 up to 60%. So that was a pretty cool change there. They increased further the or they took away the PvP the recovery change, and then they nerfed the increased PvE change from 50% to 30%, probably to compensate for having that tripod interaction with Blade Storm. So I think in the end I've heard that it's a buff, overall buff for Sharpshooter, from what I've heard. Um so that's pretty good. Uh they also buffed the Death Strike by a bit. Now instead of 20, 30, 40% at level 1, 2, and 3, and now buffs increases how much damage is received by the target by 22, 33, and 44% instead. So a slight little buff on it. Not bad at all. And then I think the second companion change didn't is still the same number wise, so that's pretty interesting there. We'll kind of do a quick roll through for Scouter because we don't really have Scouter in our version, so um, there's nothing really to like go like, oh, this is how it's going to play instead of this way. A lot of the changes seem to still be focused on the non-transformation Scouter, because that's kind of like the weaker out of the two Scouters was the non-transformation one, and a lot of the buffs, from what I understood, were focused on that. They added in a change to maneuver blow where they now gave you an extra 3 seconds to hit the key, because I'm thinking this is a combo skill, or chain skill. So that's pretty good. I think for the most part, a lot of it kind of just stayed the same. Uh, Up until you get towards like number wise up here, until you start getting towards the bottom, they reverted the counter swap from Burst Blow and Exelion Beam. They basically they didn't go through with that change. I'm assuming that Scouters didn't really like that on their for their suit change. Mostly because I think the beam has a pretty good range compared, like a much better range than the Burst Blow. So there's that. Carpet Bomb they buffed by even more. Originally, it was going to get buffed by 64% in PvE. It got buffed to 94.1% in PvE. So that's pretty good. I think that's the only change there, though. Then Annihilation Mode was buffed from, instead of being buffed 75%, it got buffed to 110%. So that's pretty good. And then Energy Buster got increased from 15% to 35% PvE damage increase. So these basically got adjusted to deal more damage in PvE. So that's pretty nice for them over there. And then they changed on the identity, so the Iron Man suit, or the Robo suit. The Comet Strike skill speed was increased by 20% so that you can connect it to other skills. And then Laser Blade got level 1 weak point added. So just more utility that you can get in the Iron Man mode. So that's nice. Because they did the same thing for Shadowhunter, where they give it some more utility inside of their transformation. Gunslinger, I think didn't get any changes whatsoever. I think the changes it had, I don't think even number wise any of that got changed. So that's there. Summoner, the only real changes I could understand were they removed the head attack. Or well, no, they did that anyway. Basically, from what I could understand from this was kind of just a clarification on it. But I think this is them just clarifying that the counter hit, because they added counter effect to the water spirit summon for summoners. I think what this is just this is just them clarifying like when the counter goes off, because if I'm not mistaken, water spirit is like is like the one that you see them summon, that it like shoots out water for a bit while it's in there. And I think this is just clarifying that the counter effect is on the summoning attack and not necessarily like after that. So I think that's what that means. It's a little rough because the translation is kind of not very up to snuff. Aside from that, they did a change to Ancient Spear, where apparently it no longer does it, like they made it where the outer thing doesn't deal damage or something. Again, I don't really understand. I think the translation's a little too rough, and I don't play Summoner, and we don't have it live. I don't know how it plays, like to understand what this means. They just said that they that the outer judgment of the ancient spear skill was adjusted. I'm assuming that maybe what it is maybe the ancient spear would like flinch out like just a little bit outside of its actual hit zone, and they removed that. Is kind of what I understand from this. But generally, I don't think that really affects anything in PvE for the most part. So that's that. Arcana, no changes from what I could see when I bursted through it. Bard was also no changes. Like it was pretty much just the same. Just a 1 or 2 second increase on the debuffs, stuff like that. Sorceress had some decent. They did some readjustment on it. So originally on the PTR, what they had done was they had nerfed the magic enhancement and magic release effect by about 2% for the magic enhancement and 4% for the magic release on monsters. But then they had buffed the specialization scaling from 2.15 to 2.2. In what actually went live is they reverted the specialization scaling change, and instead they just slightly reduced the nerfs that they were doing. So they now nerfed magic enhancement by 1% instead of 2%, so down to 9, and then magic release was nerfed by 2% instead of 4%, so down to 18. Basically they did this because they said that they felt that the downward range was somewhat excessive for where they wanted it to actually be, so they kind of just adjusted it on the identity instead of like working with the specialization. Surge Deathblades are probably crying in a corner because you regained some of your damage. So basically what they did was originally they had made it where your burst skill would only deal 100% damage at level 1, 2, and 3 from the change on the PTR. So now it scales from 100 to 110 or 120% from levels 1 through 3. From what I can understand loosely, because again, I don't play Deathblade, and I'm just kind of going off of like from streamers and VODs I watch of people that do. It seemed that they didn't change the part where people were actually annoyed, because it seems like the part that people were more annoyed about was the gauge change, because now it forces you to go all the way to 20 stacks, and thus makes it, from my understanding, makes it harder to play than it already was. And then they nerfed the damage on it. So it seemed like what they probably could have done was, instead of giving damage back, they could have just left the gauge gain the same and then kind of fiddled with the damage that way. Because I don't know, like we'll have to see it long term. They even said themselves that they'll keep checking on it, because again, this is like the first wave and they'll do multiple checking. For all we know, the burst engraving down the line might not even stay the same. So we'll just have to see what they want to do with it. But for now, I guess rest in peace, Surge Blades. Like, I hope you're ready for remaining energy. That's kind of what I've understood from this. Demonic, for the most part, kind of went the same all the way through. What they did was they reverted the erosion gauge factor back down to 0.5 instead of to 0.54. And then they gave Slash a counter. And they reverted the nerf on Howl for the gauge gain. Because originally they were going to nerf the encroachment gauge from Howl by 16%, but I think they forgot that there's a build called Perfect Suppression that exists, and that nerf was pretty hard on them. Like it nerfed them pretty badly, so they reverted the gauge nerf. So that's good at least, because that was, to be honest, I feel like that was a weird choice anyway. But aside from that, there's no real other change. Everything else pretty much just stayed the same. So yeah, and here they can see is there was an unintended side effect for the downward performance on Perfect Suppression. For Reapers, from what I could see, nothing really changed. Everything was the same, because most of it was just changing stuff from the crit damage buff to just reducing all defenses. So aside from that, everything from what I could tell, was pretty much exactly the same. There's no changes there. And then we'll loosely cover artists because we don't have artists, but and not to mention that a lot of these translations probably aren't going to be called this at all when we get them. But for the most part, it seems they kind of like fiddled around with it a little more. I had a little hard time understanding some of the changes because I don't think Google Translate did a good job. But most of the additions was they increased the skill speed on a lot of abilities like Slaughter, the Crane skill, Rambling, like the Cranes, the Rambling. I'm not even trying to pronounce this because I'll just butcher it. For the most part, like the actual changes were the same, but they just added on top that the skill action speed comes out a little faster. And then from what I could gather, because it seems they made some even more changes to the marble from their initial PTR changes, which was from what I can understand from this is it seems that instead of having to interact with the marble to get the heal now, you now just heal when you put the marble down, and it heals like from you and where the marble's at, is what it seems to that it's going to be now, instead of being like, you know, someone has to interact with it, and then when they interact with it, it heals around them and it heals around you, kind of thing. So again, this I feel like is it's hard to kind of tell because one, we don't have Painter. Two, the translation for Google Translate isn't all that great, but uh, but for the most part, I think like most classes, like kind of just what they were on the PTR is what you got on live, and then there were some interesting changes along the way. The Androphen potion for Mayhem is kind of a big deal, because I feel like that kind of like nullifies the nerfs that they had at all, and that's on top of the fact that they reduced how much they were nerfing the engraving at level 2 and level 3. But aside from that, I think everything else is pretty much the same. The fact that there was no further adjustment on the shock skills for Scrapper was a little disappointing, because I still kind of wish we had more options as a shock training Scrapper. But at the end of the day, we also don't know what they plan in the future, because I've heard rumors that they have focused to do some heavier reworks to like identity and stuff to Scrapper down the line. So so that's kind of just it. Now I'm just gonna double check the our forums to see if we have any official patch notes out. I know that so yesterday they had mentioned, I'm just gonna mention again in case people forget. This might just be all that's coming on Thursday, but they're making a change to the express pass. A lot of people, they heard, you know, the feedback on a lot of people that the communication wasn't very clear, especially people who like, you know, maybe they don't, because like I think people underestimate how many people don't really like watch streamers or YouTube or don't read patch notes. They just log into the game and they react to whatever's there. But a lot of people who, you know, they accidentally, and even, I mean, and I don't even think that's the thing either, because there's a lot of streamers who accidentally did it too. So, and more so on the PvP side than on the PvE side, because but basically I saw a lot of people accidentally like accepting it on their tier 3 mains instead of the tier 2 mains, even though, to be honest, that's not even, I wouldn't even say that's fully their fault either, specifically because in the patch notes it had specifically stated that you wouldn't even be able to accept it on anything that's not like 1100 or lower than like I think it had to be like lower than 1,000 gear, was what they were saying on the patch notes for what it had to actually be to even accept it. But then when you went to live, you could accept it on a tier 3 character, and a lot of people, and the issue is that the express mission, you can't even see the actual like mission objectives and then the individual rewards until you accept the mission, which I feel was another shortcoming. I feel like if people could inspect the actual missions themselves, at least I couldn't find a way to do it. The only thing I could see that you could preview was the end reward, which was a chest. They gave you 1,000 gold, a bunch of card packs, a bunch of extra shit, and then down at the bottom it gave you a bunch of tier 3 mats. So anybody who doesn't know better would obviously go, express mission, tier 3 mats, well, this must be a mission to help me get my alt to 14-15 because Vaulton's supposed to come out next month. And I can see how people can make that assumption. Like, to be honest, like it wasn't very well explained. So basically, that aside, they're making a change that on reset, hopefully it'll work out. You'll be able to do a character change. So you'll be able to move your express mission from a tier 3 character over to your tier 2 character. Or if you pulled it on the wrong tier 3 character, you can move it over to, or on the wrong tier 2 character, you can move it over. There's a couple caveats in place. You can only move it over if you haven't done any honing attempts on tier 1 or tier 2 gear. Because for those of you that don't know, the express pass on tier 1 and tier 2 gives you special honing buffs. Like, it'll give you a percentage honing buff, and then on top of that, you gain you will then hone by +2 instead of 1 at a time. So, but that only goes into effect in tier 1 and tier 2, and I'm saying it's only in effect up until +2. But you still keep the percentage bonus past +2. It's just the 2 at a time gets removed from +12 to +15. So basically what they're saying is, if you accidentally accepted this on a tier 3 character, you will, with the Thursday patch, hopefully, you should be able given the option to change it to another character. And then apparently only level 50 characters with an item level under 1100 will be able to be designated as an express mission character. Again, we're gonna have to kind of see if it works, because to be honest, like, their track record for shit that they're trying to fix after the fact is not exactly the most stellar. So oh, and then on top of that, they're also adding the engravings that were missing to the engraving selection chest, as long as you haven't opened them. So that's a pretty big win there, in my opinion. So pretty good changes overall to the express pass. Pretty cool that they even could do that kind of changes. So, but that's pretty much it. So if you made it this far on, because I'm gonna put this up on, like, I'm gonna timestamp it on YouTube and stuff. But if you watch the full thing on YouTube and or even the Twitch VOD later, thanks for watching. If you're on YouTube, like, I'd like to, if you have any opinions or anything on the actual live changes, like, I'd love to hear them in the comments, like, to see your feedback. And if you liked, like, my little thoughts and process on the class changes, feel free to come hang out on Twitch. I stream Monday through Friday from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Central. So feel free to come hang out. Just chilling here, grinding, waiting for more classes and more content. So, all right. So now that that's done with, now we start the grind. So nothing really exciting here. I'm just gonna kind of try to speed through my chaos dungeons and the Una's daily task. Most of my characters are now gonna go on a rested rotation for their guardian raids. I personally just don't care to be doing them every single day. So it's just like, I'm just gonna start having go back on a rested rotation. I think the only character who I will do their guardian raid every single day is the Glaivier, just so I can get more practice on her, because I really just am not, like, good enough with her yet to kind of have her rotation down. So I'm just gonna use the Grexion as a training dummy, and just go from there. But yeah, so that's pretty good. I think the changes are pretty interesting. I'm kind of curious as to what when we'll get the changes, like the overall changes. Like, to be honest, I'm kind of looking forward to the scrapper changes a little bit, mostly because I'm just curious to see, like, if it actually changes anything. I think in the long run, it kind of just makes it easier to play. I don't think it made any big change for how to play Scrapper on either of the builds. I think it just made it easier to play because you don't have to actually land your charging blow to get the buff ahead of time, which you know, basically the way it currently works, if you're playing shock training, well, if you're playing Scrapper in general on live, on our version, is the way it works is you have 3 seconds to do your damage. You know, you hit a target with charging blow, and then you have 3 seconds to hit him with a couple other abilities to deal damage, and then you have to wait 2 seconds cooldown to then do it again. So we'll see. I'm kind of just curious about that. I'm kind of interested in what the how Destroyer will play out for the changes. I took a first glance at some Destroyer builds on Loa to try to see like if they had figured anything out or anything already, but I think they're still, the jury's still out. I saw some interesting builds. I saw someone running like both Earth Smasher and Endure Pain, which are the two abilities that both give you 3 cores. But while running 4 abilities, that could work. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that does end up being like the build, because Earth Smasher has like a 20-something second cooldown, if I'm mistaken. And you can tripod it now to reduce the defense. So like it's a really good ability to hit to get 3 and then just smack somebody with it with a, you know, a purple, one of your unleash abilities. So it'll be interesting to see what actually makes it as a build to play, because I feel like with the current change, the purple abilities you can use I don't think are going to be very different, but I think what'll change is the blue skills. I think you'll have a lot of flexibility on the blue skills to I need to check the vendor, make sure I emptied all this out of stuff that I need. All right, yeah. All right, don't forget the event ends today, so today's the last day, so make sure you have emptied out the event vendor from everything that is like tradable and usable. So but yeah, so we're just gonna kind of like rush through. I kind of have a plan to I kind of want to just rush through and get the chaos dungeons and the see, like, kind of interesting because I've seen a lot of people that they've dropped the $35 to get the blazing spear, and then I'm assuming they either sold the class armor that came with it. Because for instance, I like the blazing spear weapon skin, but I don't really care much for the armor. So like, if they had given an option to buy the package for like the mount, the title, and the blazing spear skin for maybe, I don't know, like 15 bucks, I probably would have bought it, but they didn't. So that's more money I can save for when Destroyer comes out. But yeah, so sorry again. So my plan right now is I'm kind of just gonna speed run through everybody's like chaos dungeons and Una dailies task, and then we'll end on the scrapper, because I think I'm feeling like today I need to do PvP anyway for the weekly on my scrapper, and so we'll see how much time I have left. I should still have plenty of time, to be honest, because since it's Wednesday, all we have today is the Adventure Island, which I should also check which Adventure Island it is. Oops, thought I was a pistol stance or shotgun stance. But yeah, so we should have plenty of time. So hopefully I don't get too tilted. So because I'd like to do a decent amount of PvP. I'd like to at least get enough PvP XP to make it to level 9 in the PvP, or Super 9, whatever the hell it's called now. Because that would just mean more weekly tokens. My goal is to slowly work my way up to first limit at least, or Ultra 1, I think is what it's called now. God, I wish they just kept it like first limit. Because that way I can get more mats on other characters. Because currently what I plan on doing with the PvP currency is that since, all right, so we have Volare. Since the PvP vendor stuff is all bound mats, I plan on using those on the scrapper to slowly push her up higher and higher. I've already started trying to get some taps in on the gear here and there. My goal is, so I got her to 13, she's 1391 right now. My goal is, after reset, use some of the PvP bound materials to try to get her to the 1395 and then 1400 and then 1450, you know, just slowly work her up depending on like what events we get, because like again we're waiting for the challenge guardians to come out next month and stuff like that, so we'll kind of I kind of have to gauge like how much stuff I get from all the events and stuff they give us and whatever events we get, because I imagine, so what's probably going to happen, because I haven't seen any patch notes for tomorrow yet, because I think like all they really have planned for tomorrow is the express pass change, which I can't even really blame them, because I think our region is going to be the first region they even attempted to do something like that on. So, which I still think is kind of cool that they're at least trying to help people, you know, put it on something. Oh, I guess another note that I kind of like forgot to mention is that whatever rewards you already claimed, you won't be able to reclaim them if you change it. So that is something to keep track of. So if you kind of already worked on it, you may want to keep in mind how much you've worked on it, and then kind of figure out what character you want to like give it to based off of that. But yeah, no, I still think it's cool that they're actually trying to do it anyway. I know there's probably gonna be a lot of people complain that it's not just like a full reset, but it is what it is. I personally don't think the express mission's all it's cracked up to be for anybody with an account that has any sort of like effort put into it. Even if you have like one tier 3 character and a couple tier 2 characters, like I don't think the express mission is really worth a damn, unless like specifically you just have nothing, right? Because it takes I think it takes roughly 2 weeks to finish the express missions, because you have to complete, like you have to soul harvest and use Ore of Resonance on the Chaos Dungeons at lower difficulties. So this is why I'm saying like I don't think it's really that big of a deal for anybody. Like the only good thing about the express mission really is the honing changes, which from what I understand eventually just become default anyway in the future at some point. So kind of look forward to that. But yeah, so if you have like an account built at all, or you have like characters to push, like even if they give you like a South Vern, like even if they like, you know, say they give you like a Vern Power Pass, which I kind of find hard to believe. I have a feeling that all the new classes, at least for the next couple, will probably launch with at least I have a feeling Destroyer will probably launch with a Fate and Power Pass. I have a hard time believing that they wouldn't launch Destroyer with a Fate and Power Pass. But then again, they could just be like, well, we gave you Arc Pass Express Mission and a Fate and Power Pass like literally a month ago, so, or a couple weeks ago. Because I don't know why, I still have this sneaking suspicion that we're gonna get Destroyer earlier than we expect. So, oh, which speaking of, now that reminds me, there's actually a forum, a dev post that I kind of want to bring up, because it doesn't confirm anything. Like, let's just get this, let me just say this straight. It confirms nothing, but the chances that one of my theories for the summer may be correct kind of has me kind of hyped, because in my last stream, and well, actually I think in the last couple streams, I've been saying that I think that what's going to happen is after Volton, instead of like raid content, they're probably going to focus more on like getting the classes out, because I feel like that's probably what's healthier, because Volton adds 1415 and 1445 to the game as content to do, on top of bringing us Duscaluda and the Chaos Dungeons, so, and Thunderwing and Chaos Gate. Like, it brings a lot of stuff. But rocks on the forums, because someone asked, so I'm just gonna, I just want to look at this real quick so we can kind of just talk about it just a little bit. Dev tracker. Also, the fact that people are still saying that we should get heads up on maintenance times when they've been at the same time every week for a while now. is kind of funny. Where is it? Okay, so we got some more. We got a couple more informations. Questions regarding. Let's see. Come on. Where's it? I know they talked about something. Okay, here we go. We have a couple little things to look at on the forums. All right, so this is someone asking if we're going to get another event tomorrow, and spoiler alert, they are extending the Guardian Raid event. So we're getting the Guardian Raid event one more week. That's pretty fucking cool. It's a really good event. So now you know, we'll get it one more event. That means more chests, more books to use for honing, stuff like that. So I'm personally pretty excited about that. That's pretty nice. That means I'm assuming the books will be extended another week also. So if you have any excess books like I do, you can still hold on to them and use them for another week. That'll be pretty nice. The patch notes, the reason they're not out yet is because they're still working on translations. Because we have to remember, even if a lot of us speak English, they still have to translate these patch notes for everybody. It's not just us. Because they got to do German, Spanish, Italian, all this other stuff. Somebody asked about new hairstyles. And just to remember, a reminder, new hairstyles are planned for May. So that'll be pretty cool. I wonder if they'll give out a character ticket or not. Seeing how they just gave one out with the celebration package. So, but we'll see about that. And then somebody asked about the artist release. And it's Rox's answer. Again, this confirms nothing. This is just what they have planned and what they're trying to do. Is at Rox, someone asked about artists because they really want artists, and I think a lot of people are worried that artists will be last. And I feel like everybody's worried that of the unannounced classes, theirs is going to be last, and nobody wants to wait that long for it. But Rox's answer was, at this point, it is highly likely we will be getting the other missing classes before this much newer content. Of course, that is always subject to change, but I want to set some expectations here with the current path we seem to be on. Now, the much newer content, I think, refers to Geisha. Because oddly enough, I see a lot of people going like, we should have a Geisha soon. It's like, bro, calm the fuck down. We still haven't even gotten Vaulton yet. But I don't, like, basically what I feel like this means is that my theory that I kind of like put forward the other day, or like yesterday, in that after Vaulton, they might focus more on class release over content release is possible, because like I feel like for them and for the community, it'll probably just be a little better. They can just get those out sooner rather than later, so that way everybody can have what they want to play. Because anybody who's going to take the game seriously and is still waiting for a class that they're looking forward to, like there's a, like, I would say, while it may seem that Scouter is like super popular, because I feel like they're kind of like pretty vocal compared to the other people, I have seen a lot of people asking for Arcana, a lot of people asking for Summoner, a lot of people asking for Reaper, like a lot of people asking for Artist. Like, I think it's pretty equal spread on like the actual popularity of the classes. And I feel, because like it's kind of funny, because I see a lot of people like going like, oh, we should have a community poll, the community should be able to decide. I have a feeling that if you did that, now that Glaivier is out and there is no like definitive like super popular class like left, really, because again, Machinist or Scouter, because it's probably going to call Machinist in our region, it seems like that's kind of like the really popular one, like after Lance Master or Glaivier. But I think that if you actually start digging and start looking through stuff, I think it's actually noticeable that it's not that far ahead in popularity to what's left and hasn't been given an actual release date yet. So, and I feel like if they did a poll, the Scouter bros might still not be happy, because I don't know if they'll actually win, to be honest. Because especially with the class changes, now that, you know, Arcana seems pretty juicy with the buffs that they got, that kind of thing. So I think just focusing on the classes and kind of like releasing a lot of them like all at once, and then just putting out a lot of good events to give people at least the opportunity to build one or two characters and stuff like that, I think is probably the smartest way to go. Granted, I don't know how they'll handle it with all the people being like, give me free character slots, all these classes. I'm like, look, if you've played enough Lost Ark where you've run out of character slots already, like at this stage in the game, I think Lost Ark has deserved your like 10, 20 bucks to for a character slot expansion, you know? Like that's just kind of just my personal take on it. Other people be like, oh, that's predatory. I'm like, no, that's called like making money and keeping the lights on so that you can keep paying your employees. Like they have to make money somewhere. And so they might give a free character slot. I'm not gonna say no because they've been pretty generous with our region, from what I can tell. Like for instance, the Express Pass, they could have easily just said, sorry, like we just don't have the technology to kind of like fix it, so we'll be more clear next time. Like they could have very easily just said that, right? But instead they worked with it and they tried to figure out a way to actually let people transfer the stuff over. So that's pretty cool in my opinion. That shows how willing Smilegate and Amazon are to work with us to kind of like make our experience better. So you know, it's just called good customer service. So it's just like, I think that maybe not when like classes are coming up, but maybe when all the classes are out or we're caught up to where they're at right now, because we'll never be fully caught up on classes, right? Because by the time we're caught up on like all the classes, they'll probably have Aeromancer already, so then everybody's gonna be like, where's my Aeromancer? And then when we get Aeromancer, then it's gonna be like, where's my female Berserker? Like, you know, it's never gonna stop. They're always gonna, until Lost Ark goes, we have no plans to release any new classes, and everybody's like has those classes. Like people aren't gonna like stop asking for classes, so it's just how it is. But I think that they could probably just focus on giving us more classes, and then like at least catching us up to like painter, right, that kind of stuff, and then just working from there, and then kind of just give us like all the content after, while giving some people time to build up their new characters. Because I can say this like as someone who's going to be racing, like, you know, who, you know, with Destroyer, I'm gonna have to like get him, like I'm gonna have to be building him while I'm trying to get Scrapper ready for Bolton. Even though I'm still kind of debating whether to hard stop on my Scrapper and just devote every single piece of resource to the Destroyer to get him to at least the same item level, which will be difficult, especially if they don't give us any more books to use. Because let's be honest, even with the honing rate buffs, like trying to get to 1370 fucking sucks. I'm not even gonna lie. That shit sucks. So it just is what it is. So but yeah, so I'll keep an eye out. I think towards the end of the stream I'll probably see, and then we'll look at the official patch notes, so then we'll go over it again. We kind of already know what they're gonna do with the Express Pass and what they're gonna do with the Guardian raid event. The only question is, Rox didn't say how long it's going to be extended, so I'm assuming the patch notes will say that. And if the patch notes don't say it, then we'll find out at least tomorrow when shit expires. So, even though I really hope that, like, going forward, a lot of these patch notes, like, become a bit more, like, concrete. Like, Silo had a pretty good video about it, and I'm honestly kind of annoyed that when I look at patch notes, I want numbers, right? Like, I want, like, concrete information. I don't want, like, just, like, a written up newsletter. Like for me, patch notes need numbers. They need to be out. They need to be proper and concise. You can, if you want to do a newsletter alongside it with all the fluff, do it. But like if you're gonna make changes to stuff, like give me the numbers. Don't be like, oh, so we're changing this. Like, all right, but what are you changing? Like, what's the numbers? Like, what are we getting? Like that kind of thing, right? That's just kind of how I look at it. But we'll see. Well, cause like I feel like even like that, I think is like a Smilegate thing, because like we looked at the Korean patch notes, and I mean you can go look at it yourself, because like to be honest, aside from like Elgatia and the class balance patch, there was some other stuff in there. Like they gave them the ability to upgrade their relic ability stones, Now, I didn't look too deeply at the system because that's really far down from us, so I'm not going to worry about it too much. But they went in and they gave in-depth explanation on how it works, and they gave, you know, pictures and stuff like that. If it was Amazon, they'd be like, you can upgrade your ability stones, and then they would show you a picture of you like transferring it, and then you'd be like, yeah, but how does it work? Like what's all the stuff? And they just wouldn't put it down, right? Like, unfortunately, that's just how they work. So hopefully Amazon can kind of get into it where, and again, I don't know if it's like an Amazon thing. I don't know if like maybe Smilegate is writing the patch notes and Amazon is strictly only translating them. So, but I'd like more like concrete information on the patch notes. So hopefully when the patch notes do come out, they'll be like Guardian Raid extended till X date. Mostly because I'm pretty sure that when that date is revealed, well, to be honest, when they reveal that date, I think they're gonna have to reveal the May update date pretty close to it, because I think most people are gonna expect that the day the Guardian Raid event ends to be the day that the May update is. So I'm gonna go on a limb and say that it got extended by 2 weeks. I'm putting my bet down that they extended it by 2 weeks. That's my bet right now. 2 week extension on the Guardian Raid event. That's my bet. That's my bet, and I'm sticking to it. I could be wrong. They could have only done it for 1 week, but I think it's a 2 week extension. I don't think like 3 weeks would be insane. I don't think people would mind really, because it's an easy event, and I mean, I'm pretty sure I have enough. I should have enough materials for. Yeah, because I only buy the tier 3 shit anyway. So, doesn't really do anything to me if they extend it by 3 weeks. But I think 2 weeks is kind of like, I think that's a pretty safe call. So that I'm gonna call it there. I'm gonna place my bet down. I'm gonna say that if they say it, it probably got extended by 2 weeks. So that way, we can. We can just get it done. Wow. That was fast. We don't have to wait too long for that. I also just realized I lost the bet. But good thing we weren't betting anything. Alright, patch notes. Our patch notes are here. They went out like 10 minutes ago, so I probably could have just checked when I was reading the Express stuff. So, here's a Vercasia. Maintenance, today, April 28th at 12 a.m. Pacific, 7 a.m. UTC, and 9 a.m. CEST. For weekly maintenance and update, downtime is estimated to last about 4 hours. Usual, same time, usual thing. I still find it hilarious how people complain about, you need to give us a bigger heads up. It's like, bro, it's at the same fucking time every week. Express mission event, they added the feature to change it as long as you haven't used the tier 1 or tier 2 honing benefit. You can only change it one time, so it's a one-time thing. So make sure on this time that you get it. Even if you delete that character, you cannot redesignate it. So remember this. So you can only change it once. They updated the event, so now hopefully you can only give it to characters that are level 50 and under 1100 item level. They will be updating the engravings, so now have all available engravings, and any claimed and used selection chests will be updated retroactively. So as long as you haven't opened them, they'll be updated so that they'll have the new stuff. The updated end date is shown in the event menus will be July 28th. And then players will still need to choose a character for the express mission before June 30th. So the last day that you can choose, you can designate a character for the express mission is June 30th, but you have until the 28th of July, which is almost a full another month after, in order to complete the missions. So that's really nice. And then on top of the fact, they didn't mention it here, but they mentioned it in the update. If you've claimed the rewards on any character, you cannot claim those rewards again. So it's just going to take whatever rewards you have, and I think they say it here. Yeah, if you decide to change the express mission and have already claimed some of the event rewards, please note you will not be able to claim them again on a new character. So basically, if you have any missions done and you haven't claimed the reward, don't claim them. It'll get it'll be that, and then claim them on the other character when you change it. The Guardian raid event, my bet was 2 weeks. They extended it until May 19th. This means that we probably won't get May 19th is probably the update for May. Fuck. That's like 3 weeks. Shit. That sucks. So they adjusted the reward expiration dates for items attained through the Guardian raid event to reflect the new end date of May 19th, and they extended it to run until May 19th in order to support player progression ahead of the May content update. So that would denote that May 19th is potentially their initial release for the May content update, which means I have to wait till May 19th for Destroyer. Just shoot me, please. They updated the rewards, though. The gems have been removed in order to combat excess bot farming. Unfortunate, but it happens. The following items have been added instead. There's 3 legendary to rare card packs. I'll take it. 1 Regulus light currency chest, which if it's the same, I think it's like the 100,000 chest. Or 300,000, I don't remember how much it is. Uncommon class engraving chest by 10. That's actually really good. Uncommon combat engraving chest by 10. Rare and epic class engraving chest by 10. And rare and epic combat engraving chest. That's actually really good. Basically, you can get... Okay, so they extended it until May 19th. So 28th. That's 1 week. That's 10. 20... You can get 1.5 worth of engravings from green to purple. That's actually really fucking good. That's actually really, really good. To be honest, I'd trade those gems for that any day of the fucking week. Any day of the week. That's such a good change, in my opinion. This is really going to help, especially for newer players. Because I feel like that's one of the big things that probably hurt newer players was when you lost the Naruni racing, we lost a bunch of the engraving books. And they gave you 10. So that's really good. Additional fixes: replaced gold rewards from various early world and stronghold quests with a variety of newer world rewards to prevent farming by bots. Updated Zerion's dialogue during the temporary alliance quest in South Vern. Fixed an issue that caused debug text, blah blah blah. Updated the expiration date on the claimed power pass to reflect the actual date of June 30th. And to please note that all Fate and power passes will expire on June 30th regardless of when they are claimed. Additional notes, we'd like to share the community. Okay, so this is basically confirming that they are expecting, or they are aiming for the 3rd week of May for the May update. So hopefully everything goes as planned and there's no delays. The date is not locked in and could shift or change. If you ask me, I hope the date, if it shifts earlier. But basically, all right, so that's that. Cool patch notes. Actually, to be honest, like what I just said, like that was really good. They gave numbers, they gave everything. I hope they keep that up in the future, because holy shit, like knowing, like for instance, knowing that there's going to be 10 engravings for both combat and class engravings that we can buy is so huge to know that ahead of time. Because they could have just literally said, oh, well, we added a bunch of engraving pouches to it, right? But the fact that they were like, you know, 10 of these, 10 of these, 10 of these, 10 of these, you're like, you know, it's great. I hope they keep that up. They've also confirmed that May 19th is their desired date for the May update. So that means my fellow destroyer brethren, get ready to raise your hammers. And that means I have 1, 2, 3, at least 3 more weeks of just hoarding materials. But that also means I have 3 more weeks of well, basically that gives you a countdown. So if you are waiting for a destroyer, you have 3 weeks for material hoarding. If you are or if you have your main already, you have 3 weeks to get to 14, 15 at the least to be able to do Vault in the first week. If you are someone who you want to be really ahead of the curve and farm your like relic sets, or at least begin to farm your relic sets, because again, remember, unless they change the system, we still need Vieques to actually complete the relic set. So but you'll be 1445 to try to, like, that's you now have a deadline, basically, a very loose, rough deadline. Again, Rocks specifically stated that that is not a locked in date. That's just the date they are aiming for. So hopefully they can at least stick to it, if not like speed things up, so that way it will you know, come out nicely. I will say, part of me is kind of hoping that maybe Destroyer is not considered part of the content update, but it probably is. So I don't really see that coming out earlier. But it seems that because the May content seems like May is kind of the day they're aiming for, or for Vaulton release, which will be pretty interesting to say the least. Pretty interesting. So May 19th. May 19th is the estimated release date for that update. I'm actually pretty stoked for that. I mean, I'm just stoked to have like a rough date, right? Like, there will be people who complain if they have to delay it. Like, there's always going to be complainers. I probably won't, like, I'm not going to complain and like throw a fit and like, you know, threaten to burn their house down, but I am going to go in a corner and cry if it gets delayed past May 19th. Because I just want my damn class. But, fuck, 3 more weeks of Guardian Raid event? Pretty nice. Sorry, I need to like update my Discord for my buddies. Yeah, so I think that, like, oh my god, that patch note, so good, so much better than all the previous ones, which again I think really shows that they're really trying to put a lot of effort into trying to give us, you know, good service. Now obviously they're trying to give us good service so you can turn around and give them that good money, but that goes hand in hand, right? I'm a firm believer that you give me good service, I give you good money. Problem solved. No real big no big thing there. So, but that was great. That was such a good patch note in my opinion. At least in the way it was written. Well, I think in general there's really nothing to be disappointed in that patch note, right? There was it was good. It was concise. It gave us information. The information we got was pretty good. We got a loose date for when we could expect the May update. They gave us, you know, updated rewards. They gave us reasonings for some of the changes. To be honest, the gem change, while a little surprising, like not really that big of a deal in my opinion in the current state. You should be able to get level 5 gems relatively easily if you're just doing your chaos dungeon in tier 3 every day. So I really don't think like people are gonna have that like a big issue with it. If you do, I'm sorry, you shouldn't. Especially because the Arc Pass itself gives gems too, so I think it's completely fair for them to take it out of the event, especially because you really don't get that many from the event. I would like trading the gems for the engraving pouches is enormous. Like that's so good, because again, we have that event's been extended for roughly 3 weeks. 3 weeks means you can get 2.5 or 1.5 engravings, 1 class engraving and 1 combat engraving from level 0 all the way to purple. and then still have like half left over, so that way you can luck out later or just buy half the books. Like, that's huge. That's a real big like money saver. So for building new characters, I mean, like for instance, right now the issue I'm having is the reason I'm not using purple engravings on the Glaivier is because I only have purple, like I only have enough purple engravings, class engravings left to build 2 more, to do it for 2 more classes. And while I enjoy the Glaivier, I don't know if I want to like give her that. Not to mention that it's really not even though it delays the inevitable, with the fact that Argos and Areja both give the class engravings guaranteed on their accessories, at the current state, it's probably not all that smart to just pop your purple engravings, because you never know if you might actually, whether or not you'll actually stick with the class you're playing, because we have a lot of classes coming. So I mean, to be honest, I wouldn't have minded if they added like peons, or at least more peons. You can never go wrong with peons. Sweet, I was able to get that one in. Haha, get fucked. But yeah, like, to be honest, can't really complain about the changes. Changes are really good. I think it was kind of expected that we probably wouldn't have gotten an early May release on the update, specifically because they had to delay the April update so far back into it with the changes they were trying to do. So I think so that was pretty interesting. Well, I think that was to be expected. I mean, so a little unfortunate for those of us waiting for the new class, but I think it also just makes sense if it's like gonna be the class and Vaulton at the same time, because like they need to give people time. Now my question is, I'm guessing like we're probably not gonna get the challenge guardians early either, because I feel like again my opinion was that the challenge guardians should come at least a week or 2 before Vaulton comes, because so that we can give people a week or 2 of getting those mats to help. Now the books though are fantastic. Like 3 more weeks of those books is gonna be great. It'll help me get my Glaivier up. I've slowly been pushing the Glaivier a little by little, because with the books there's no real reason not to be honest, to push the Glaivier. Even though I want her to be an alt, I also wouldn't mind her being like as close to 1370 as she can get. So basically what I think I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna like try to hone her little by little. I'm still gonna prioritize all the bound mats on the scrapper, but I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna hone whatever books I have on the Glaivier, right? So my plan is I'm gonna buy the books, and then whatever however many books I have, I'll use those to dictate how many hone attempts I do on my Glaivier. And basically when I run out of books, I'll just call it for the week and then just carry on with hoarding materials. And then hope that whatever event comes in to replace, I just realized I need to go back and dismantle this shit on the Deadeye. I'll do that after this run, or after I finish the Berserker. But yeah, I think I'm just gonna hope that whatever event replaces it in May also comes with books. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe the next couple of events, or the next event or 2, comes with the books. I was actually kind of surprised that our Arc Pass didn't have books, but I guess it happens. Oh, I forgot to upgrade that in my Chaos Dungeon build. Oh, mate. Level 11, level 11, save. Oh shit, it's on cooldown. So, I'm gonna run around for 2 seconds while I wait so I can save that. Save. There we go. Gotta love it. Going this way. Chicka chicka choo. We wasted some time, but it's all good. Yeah, Power Break isn't going to deal as much damage as it will in my raid build, just because I don't have level 3 supercharge, but... Shoot. But it's definitely one of the goals I'm going to try to get to. I think what I might end up doing is... I think I might build level 3 Berserker's Technique. So just forego Keen Blunt Weapon and go level 3 Supercharge, level 3 Berserker's Technique, and then like level 3 Raid Captain maybe? Because it's gonna be hard to build like any class like Mayhem, or not Mayhem, Berserker's Technique, Berserker, and like Enhanced Weapon, Deadeyes are going to be relatively hard to build because you're probably going to end up getting like level 3 of something because like Chaos Dungeon Legendary accessories are pretty expensive. And kind of rightfully so, because the RNG that you need to get a good a Chaos Dungeon accessory that's usable quality, that gives you your 2 engravings that you want with at least 1 at +3, like that's kind of rare. So because like my original plan was I was going to build level 3 supercharge, level 3 raid captain with level 1 Berserker's Technique, which would kind of be what would be a solid set for like Argos, or for 14-15 Vulcan. Though eventually I would want to, you know, build that to get like level 3 on the Spirit Absorption at some point in the future. Just to double down on the raid captain, at least until like, well, because like the issue with, well, I don't know if I would build super. No, I'd probably go Keen Blunt Weapon instead of Spirit Absorption, because the point is that like, Spirit Absorption kind of has diminishing returns in the fact that eventually supports get a set that gives like an increased move speed. Dude, oh my god, I forgot he takes like 3 fucking years to be attackable. So, but they get an aura set bonus that makes it so it gets it on a that gives like an attack speed and movement speed buff. So if you take Spirit Absorption, it might run out. So we'll kind of have to like check that out. Did I? Okay, I did run both. So I'll have to see. Berserker's Technique is a little wonky. To be honest, I also don't know if like, I still have a sneaking suspicion that we might see like level 3 Berserker's Technique creep out, with the fact that they buffed it to where it now gives 70% at level 3 instead of 50%. Because the reason you go Keen Blunt Weapon is so this will give you 30% at level 1. It's only a 20% crit damage increase, which really isn't that big of a deal with the way crit damage works. So the reason you pair it with Keen Blunt Weapon is because you generally have a lot of crit inside of your Berserk window. Where's my Keen Blunt Weapon? Can I just... Keen Blunt Weapon? Shit. It's like... Right, because it's like going by the highest node and then alphabetical order when I just want it to be alphabetical order, period. Where you at? Oh, here we go. So Keen Bone Weapon at level 3 gives you plus 50% damage crit rate. So basically what you do in the current state of Berserker's technique, or Brazil's secret, according to Google Translate, is you pair this with level 1, Berserker's technique for a combined 80% crit damage when you're in angry stage. So 80% versus 50, you know, on one side you go level 3 Berserker's technique, you're only gaining 20% more, but if you go level 3 King Blunt, you're gaining 50% more. That's a pretty big deal. That's a little different. Well, with the changes to Berserker's technique that they did for the class balance patch, they made it where level 1 Berserker's technique gives you 35% increased crit damage at level 1, all the way up to 70% crit damage at level 3. So I have a sneaking suspicion that we might end up seeing like a kind of like budget build that's not so far behind. Like I think Keen Blood Weapon will still pull ahead because it's 15% damage, crit damage at least, and you're critting a lot once you have enough specialization. You have all the builds up and running. But basically, I think that what we might start seeing is you might just start seeing level 3 Mayhem technique, or the fuck is Mayhem's technique? Level 3 Berserker's technique builds coming out, because it's something else. Like, it is something else. Because I feel like trading the like 15% crit damage for not having the negative effect whatsoever, because the point is that Keen Blunt Weapon, the thing about Keen Blunt Weapon is you're trading 50% damage increase for the chance to deal minus 20% damage, which is why it only works when you have really high crit. Because with low crit, if you get the minus 20% damage without getting the bonus crit damage from not critting, it just makes it so you're just dealing minus 20% damage instead of all that. So that's why I think that we'll eventually see probably like level 3 Berserker's technique builds coming out. 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. Great. Cool. The Berserker was done. I didn't know that. Oh shit, that's really good. If I want to change builds now, I can. That's actually a really good rock to change builds on. Because like that was the other option that I was thinking of doing, was a level 3 Raid Captain, level 3 Cursed Doll with level 2 Spirit Absorption. That's actually not bad. But I'd have to go with like, I would have to get Awakening though. There's no way I could run like not have Awakening on it. I don't know. We'll see. I kind of like the supercharged build though, so I think I might just stick with it. Okay, so we'll do his dailies real quick. Then we'll get on the Glaivier and do all of her dailies, and then we'll get on the Scrapper, do her dailies, and then do some PvP. While we wait for whatchamacallit, while we wait for the Adventure Island to wrap up the stream at the end. We had a lot to talk about this time. Shit, that means I'm gonna do a lot of fucking timestamps later with good old YouTube. But that's fine. That's kind of what I signed myself up for when I started doing all this streaming / content creating job. I like it though. In case anybody has a thing, I can't like. I mean, I guess it doesn't really mean much, right? Like, I'm basically working for free right now. Granted, you know, if my bear picture is anything to kind of go off of, but I think this kind of job for me was kind of inevitable, kind of like a me in charge of myself kind of thing, because I like doing stuff. And so far, at least, like, I was unemployed for like the last 2 or 3 years, and I think like mentally that just wasn't helping me, and so now at least having something to structure my day around is really nice. So I'm kind of digging it. And luckily I'm in a position where I can kind of give this a good try and hope and see where it goes. Because like financially I don't need it to succeed like today, so I can kind of like play the long game and see where it's going. Because I mean, I've been doing this for, I started in February. It's February, March, April, so May will be like, this is like the end of the 3rd full month that I've been doing this. I haven't really seen, like, at least on Twitch there hasn't been a lot, but I think personally, from personal growth, it's been pretty cool. It's been pretty nice. I've learned a lot of things that I didn't know before. And it's kind of interesting now to watch like other people stream and be like, oh, I know what that does, or I know how to do that, or oh, I know like how they did that kind of thing. So can you just click on the fucking character? Thank you. But yeah, that's pretty nice. I'm still kind of gushing over those patch notes. Those patch notes were so well written. Now I kind of want to go back and see if Rox also wrote the older patch notes, or at least posted the older patch notes. I don't know. I don't think the community managers like actually have like write the patch notes. I think somebody else writes the patch notes and they just post it on the forums. I think is how it goes. But all right, cool. So 2 steps forward just to get teleported back. Yeah, I also still need to do I need to do Oreja on this character, at least to get me some gold. I have to see if a couple friends of mine want to do it later. That was quick. Usually I have to kill a little bit more than that to get that done, but I'm not complaining. But yeah, so again, my plan is most of my characters are gonna go on a rested rotation because I just don't have enough sanity to keep up with the whole I need to go back and look through and actually dismantle the stuff on here. I can't be asked to keep up with the whole I don't have enough sanity for that to be doing Guardian raids every single fucking day. Especially because I won't lie. Night Fox Yoho tilts me a little bit. I really, really don't like that fight. Granted, it's still easier than Belganos. And I still haven't done Belganos. I'm going to have to brave Belganos at some point. But I think if I'm going to brave Belganos, I'll brave him at 1400 instead of at 1391. But that's just me, because I'm a little bitch sometimes. I don't know about y'all, but I don't want to get my ass whooped by a big ass wolf. Alright, do we have anything good in here, please? Nope. I could sell. Nope. God, that's what I'm talking about. I can't get nothing for the Deadeye. He's just cursed. It's cursed, I tell you. Yeah. 83. Anything super crazy? Nothing there. No purple accessories. Bro, the fact that he did, like, he went through 12 scales without getting a single usable purple accessory, like, annoys me still to this day. But what's on this? Precise dagger, cursed doll. Ah, that might not sell. That might not sell at all. Fuck off. Holy shit. I really hope they change that. It's so annoying that just changing this to ability stones, which is still the same damn abilities, like the same engravings, like, God, I really hope they change that at some point. Fuck, I just have to like redo this. I need to just not use that feature. I just need to keep doing it the old-fashioned way, the way I've always been doing it. That's probably my only real gripe with this, with the auction house right now, is that like any change up here kind of just throws it out the window, and I'm just like, fuck. Alright, so we have Precise Dagger, or no, Cursed Doll, because that's the C, and then Precise Dagger towards the bottom. I don't really see that sells for anything. I see some 15s. Oh, no. That doesn't sell for dick. I guess most people don't, are kind of just not opting for like Precise Dagger. Or not Precise Dagger, for like Cursed Doll. Even though I've seen a lot of people not opting for Grudge either. So I don't know what people are using. I guess keep blowing. Granted, Precise Dagger kind of has a very limited like scope for like what's the word I'm looking for clientele, because like I think really only sorceresses have a build that actually uses it that's not considered like off meta. What the hell's on this? Oh, quick prep. Yeah, I kind of need that. Or not need it, I kind of want it. Oh, and it's level 1. Fuck yeah, baby. There we go. Which means, I think... Yeah, I think we have our 18 tripods. Nice. That's really fucking nice. I love it. I love it. I put those gems in there. Put those in there. Yeah, so you can see, like, I've been saving a lot of materials for a destroyer already, but a little bit more never hurts. I mean, this would be enough to probably get him to 1340, but obviously I'm aiming to go. And this is just like with the raw materials I have saved up, right? This isn't including, I have like all these chests, right? Like here's 58 life leap stones. This is tier 2 destruction stones. Those are special honing stuff. We got shard pouches. We got 10 destruction stone selection pouches, 7 guardian ones. You know, I've been saving all this up for destroyer, so I'm pretty much like set to get him pushed. I've got the Kaldar fusion stuff, and then there's the other one that has the Oreha fusion materials also. Like, I'm set, dude. I'm ready. I'm fucking ready for this shit. Sign me up. Just waiting for the damn class to get here. All I'm waiting on. You know, these I'm probably gonna save specifically just for the basic fusion material, like the basic Oreha. I don't think I'm gonna use them on the simple because I can get 75 from there, and then I have 30 made already, and I can make some more because with the I have like fishing, guild weeklies and stuff. So speaking of guild shit, I forgot to do my logins too. But yeah, so I'm stocked up, dude. I'm fucking ready to go. I think my hype went through the roof with having a tentative date for Destroyer. Because I realized I started cussing a lot more. Granted, that could also just be that my allergies are still trying to get to me. Because like I took my dog to the vet this morning. Nothing serious for anybody concerned. It was just he was due for his rabies and stuff. So you know, that was pretty good. But I had to wake up early, so I mean, I went to sleep early too, so I think I got a decent amount of sleep. So, but yeah, so I'm pretty good to go. I'm pretty hyped on this, and that's not to mention that, you know, all the like, you know, I'm gonna be saving up, you know, PvP coins and shit for him, for when he comes out, stuff like that. Like that last week, as soon as we got the go ahead for that last week, I'm like, nothing's getting spent. Pirate coins are getting spent to, like, except for pirate coins. Pirate get to buy the stones. Anything that buys bound materials is not getting spent. Also, sorry, I know I'm backtracking a bit but it's because I forgot to do stuff in my haste. But you know, we're just gonna go through. We're gonna farm super hard that last week. I think what I'm gonna do is, again, the same day that they give us a definitive date for when Destroyer is coming out is going to be the same day, well, depending. It'll either be the same day or the day before that I will do a checklist. Like, I'll just do a checklist that we can kind of work with together of shit to do before Destroyer comes out, so you can hit the ground running when he comes out, right? So So it's kind of like it just is what it is. So even though I think, to be honest, if you want my honest opinion, the smartest thing to do would be if you have let me do this one. Let me do this one. I'll save the fishing one for later. But let me do that one really quickly on stream. If you have any interest whatsoever on any other classes like coming after Destroyer, I'd probably wait. If anything, I don't even know if I would tell you to use the express mission on Destroyer, right? Because the cutoff date to designate a character for the express mission is June 30th. But again, remember, you have till July 28th to actually complete the missions. So it's kind of I don't know, it's like if you have a like if you're not someone who's like real like, yeah, I'm gonna main Destroyer, like I think he might be a good express mission class, to be honest. Because again, I'll say it again, like I don't think the express mission is very good for a class that you're like, I want to main this class, or like I have a very, very strong interest in getting them up very quickly. Because I think that you can just hoard materials, especially like tier 2 materials, like you can just make like a tier 2 character or something. What weapon is that? And kind of just hoard materials. Oh, that's the sunset gunlets. That's cool. I've never seen anybody make it. Just hoard like tier 2 materials, or chests, like, you know, like from the events and stuff and from the login rewards, and then just like dump them all on that character. So like to the point where even the honing buffs won't matter, because we also don't know if we'll get like how much longer they'll delay giving us the honing rate increases. So it's kind of like, you know, it's kind of hard for me to tell you to like save the express mission also, because to be honest, I think that it's not really all that big of a deal. Like I still don't even know if I'm going to use it on the Destroyer, especially if they give a Fade and Power Pass, right? Like if they give a Fade and Power Pass, I just might not use it on the Destroyer. There's no point. I might as well just give it to the Striker, who I don't really care about, so he can kind of just go and waste his stuff on tier 1, tier 2 stuff, so that way I can still get the reward at the end, or use it on another one. Actually, I think I might do that instead. I might wait to see if like what's coming out in June, because I still feel like I still have a hypothesis. My hypothesis is still that June, July. Also, if you're a betting person, don't bet on this bear, because I've already been wrong once. I bet 2 weeks and they did 3 weeks, and my ass went like, I doubt they'll do it 3 weeks, and they went, you want to bet, you dumb bear? You don't know how to game. You a bear. We know how to make games. they extended it by 3 weeks. So, you know, but yeah, I still have a hypothesis that also it kind of like dumpsters my whole, I think we're getting Destroyer sooner rather than later. But my hypothesis is still, I still feel that June and July we might see a lot more classes, like a lot of classes. Like maybe not like 4, but maybe like 3 classes in like June, July. And then maybe like, I don't know, I think like I think they're kind of like hinting that Rock's post that we looked at earlier. I think she was kind of hinting that they want to try to like focus a little bit more on classes than they originally had, because they're saying how many players really want like other classes, and I think that that's a pretty good thing in my opinion. That is a pretty good thing in my opinion. But we'll see what they have, because like they said, they're aiming for a May 19th. I'm hoping whatever groundwork they put now in April will make it so that they can at least hit that date instead of having to delay it. Because I feel like the worst thing right now is if they have to delay a patch, is gonna like, oh my god. I think for those of us that are more experienced in like playing a game that is like from a different region being released in the West, the first like couple months are pretty rocky for like content update. Usually either really dry, or if they try to do what they're trying to do with Lost Ark, where they're trying to do like some special pacing shenanigans, like things gotta get out of whack. So, oh my god, I don't know what is it today. My allergies are just driving me insane. I don't know, you can probably hear it in my voice. I don't even know what it is. I think it's something in my room. Ugh. I mean, I vacuumed the other day. Shit like that, cause like, man, cause I went out this morning to take my dog to the vet, and like I was fine, like I was walking around normal as can be. And then I come back, and then I tried to lay down to take a nap, and then as soon as I laid down to take a nap, I started sneezing all over the place. My eyes started itching like a mother. Like, I went and took a shower, and then I put stuff in the. I started doing a lot. Like I watched the bedding, again. I watched some of my bedding once, but I guess like what I watched wasn't what had like the residue on it, or maybe that's not like the actual problem. So we'll see how things go. I might also be time to flip how I sleep, because like I kind of laid on my heads like away from the wall during like the winter time to kind of like stay away from the cold coming in through the walls, but then in the summertime I kind of flip back because that's usually a bit more comfortable. I usually get like the cool air usually like funnels into that back pocket of the wall corner. So I think I'll probably just like flip my sleeping orientation again. I don't know, but this week at least today for information is pretty good. I hope we get more information on like what they plan for the May update, because it looks like what they're trying to do, right, is we're kind of like, some people thought that maybe we would have a more like weekly, bi-weekly update schedule than like Russia and Japan, because what I'm thinking in Russia and Japan, the way they do it is they get one big patch a month, like every month, and it seems for our region they're going to do that same thing. So I kind of wish they would do like bi-weekly stuff. So like, you know, maybe like Volton, like the hairstyles, that kind of stuff is like the 19th, but then they do like the challenge Guardians, Destroyer, and maybe the head and back attack markers on like the 12th or something. Like, I don't know. Again, I think releasing Volton side by side with the weekly challenge Guardians is not a, I don't know, I feel like it should be released a little sooner, just to kind of just double down and make sure people get their stuff done. But they have the data, and it seems like according to their data, things are kind of right on track. So what do I know? Whole lot of nothing. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Whole lot of nothing, whole lot of nothing. Alright, so now the Glaivier, we gotta go piss in Egrexion's Cheerios. And then, establish, or as I like to say, establish the dominance. Oh shit. These expired. But one sold. Nice. What was this one? I think this is the Master's Tenacity one. I think I'll drop it to like 150, 300. 20 gold in the pocket. Yeah, I'll do 150, 300. We'll see. Someone's got to buy it. I don't think it's worth less than like 100 gold though. I knew 200 to 400 was a bit aggressive, but it's good quality. Good quality, swiftness, Master's Tenacity. I'd buy that if I was playing Mayhem. Also, it doesn't cost me lick to put it up, so why not, right? You get that money back anyway. Bro, if you had to pay payons every time you put, like... So from what I understand, like, a lot of people complain about the payon cost, and I do think in some cases it's a bit exorbitant. Like, In my opinion, what they should do is they should get rid of the pay on costs if you transfer stuff from one character to the other. But as a trade-off, what they should do is is for removing that, they make it so you get it makes the item bound to that character if you mail it to your alt, right? But like basically treat it like an ability stone, because ability stones, though, like if you trade them once, they're just bound. Like there's nothing you can do about it. But so what I think they should do, right, is they should take oh, that's only +1. They should make it so that if you mail something to an alt, the item becomes bound to that character, so you can't resell it, and then just remove the pay on cost off of that. Because that way you also can't just move things back and forth willy-nilly. It's like you're putting it on there because that's who you want to give it to, and that's how you're going to main it, or that's how you're going to build it. I think that'd be a good change. Because I will agree that having pay on costs to give yourself something from one of your characters to another character is a little bit on the ridiculous side. So that's kind of my opinion on it. Oh shit, I didn't put a rune on it. Shit. Oh wait, I don't have a rune to put on it anyway. Haha, never mind. Alright, we're gonna try this Blue Dragon's Claw maneuver, which looks cool. I don't know if it's any good, but it looks cool. Alright, Agrexia. What the hell? What the hell? No, that seems really good. That actually seems pretty good. Damn it! There goes my crit buff. What was that? Oh, that's right. We have a Gunlancer. Forgot. Right. Oh, that did hit. Haha, yeah, get fucked, baby. No, I missed. I think I still should have popped the thing. I should have popped the Shackling Blue Dragon thing. Oh, woo! I was a little worried. Thought I was gonna miss. Oh shit, that's not what I wanted to push. No, I missed. That's one sad, the one sad thing, right? Is if you miss, you lose a lot. Oh, you bitch. Those. Okay. Okay. I got distracted there at the end because I think those earrings sold. Also, if you hear the garage door under me, I'm gonna have to like apologize a little bit because we were doing yard work today, so because it's pretty good outside. Nice. Yeah, I think I think we have enough specialization now that as long as I land both the red dragon horn, I got a little focus there because I was trying to I was getting a feel for it because I really like this blue dragon's claw. It's actually really fucking good. In my opinion, it's really good. I don't know if it actually is, but I feel that with I think I have enough specialization on that as long as I land my red dragon horn and my starfall pounce. Oh no, this was something else. This is a chaos ring. It expired. I saw chaos and I was like, oh, I put the chaos earrings up. What was on this ring? I forget. Yeah, I didn't think that was gonna sell. I think if it had level 2 King Blood Whip and someone would have bought it. But yeah, so I think I now have enough where I wish, do I have a cooldown gem for that? Because it's not lining up. No, I don't. I know I shouldn't do this, but I'm gonna try to refast it to get Starfall pounds. Alright, Wheel of Blaze definitely doesn't need a fucking cooldown gem. Come on. Do not do this. Under any circumstance, do this. It's not worth it. But I have some silver to burn, so, and we lucked out. Okay, so they should start lining up better now. Because I think they have more or less the same. Yeah, so they have the same cooldown anyway. So they should line up now because now they have a 7% cooldown reduction, which will be pretty nice. That'll be pretty nice. But yeah, so basically I have enough specialization now where, so I am at 1256 specialization, and that's because I'm rocking some kind of alright, well, I have some good quality stuff for spec, but this rank could be better. It still wouldn't push me up high enough, but so I have 1256. What's really hurting me right now is I don't have any good engravings. Because I think this needs to be level 3 to really, like, I think I have to prioritize that at level 3. Which means I'm kind of boned because I can't really get rid of, basically it means like I can't do anything really right now. Like, this is kind of the best I'm gonna get. Well, I mean, I could obviously use an actual ability stone that'll give me something, but the problem is that almost everything that you can put on a Glaivier for damage outside of your class engraving, you have to run at level 3. Because you run Grudge, Keen Blown Weapon, Increased Mass, Cursed Doll, and then your class engraving. As like for your 5 options to run. Or you can drop the Increased Mass for Raid Captain. But that's for a different build, which I'm not going for. But basically, like everything has to be ran at level 3. And I think the class engraving is kind of the most important thing about everything. So, in that case, I fucking need to like... basically it means I can't really do anything until she gets to 1370, so she can start getting legendary accessories to kind of play around with. Because it's kind of what I was talking about earlier, right? Is that like... especially for alts, like... I don't think... on an alt, burning a... Artillerist this time. Burning purple books is kind of worth, and at least at legendary, because you can get you get guaranteed class engravings, right? And it's probably pretty cheap to get just full, like just spec pinnacle, like, you know, for my build for Glaivier at 1370. It's probably not that expensive. I can probably get some decent quality stuff because I'm only going to be looking for pinnacle. I'm not going to be looking for anything else. Pinnacle level 3. Well, actually, that's probably still a bit expensive, but you have a chance of getting your own stuff. Like the necklace is probably, probably the thing you'll probably end up having to buy to get a spec swiftness or spec crit, depending on what you're running. But I don't know. I think it'll be all right. Oh, sorry for the sniffling again. I don't know why my allergies, like when I got home, decided to like... decided to like freak out. I was gonna get that to get the full bar. Oh shit, I bought that too early. I was gonna do that to get the extra damage on that. I don't know why Star Pounce and Red Dragonhorn aren't like evening out. Well, aren't like meeting up. Shit. Okay. I forget that I could just counter that because I am in the spear stance. Shit. I'm getting too caught up in the fact that my Star Pounce and my Red Dragonhorn aren't lining up. Also, I'm kind of like just all over the place. So I was starting to fucking sneeze my brain off there. But yeah. Yeah, no, that's really good. Did I at least get Judgment on? Probably not. Yeah, see, this is why I kind of want to swap off a Star Pounce, because like Star Pounce has some longish cooldowns and it kind of doesn't line up very good. I don't know why, because they both have the same cooldown jump. And do I have quick prep? Okay, I think I might have quick prep on the Dragonhorn. Now that I think about it. That's a little late. Don't move, don't move. Yep. I think I got most of the damage off anyway, so it's alright. It's alright. Having that parry is so fucking nice. Woo! Somebody was pumping some damage, I can tell you that much. I wonder if it's... That might be the Artillerist. I don't know, we'll see. I know that went a lot faster than the other one. Granted, I think I also played a little better, but I still don't think I walked out of that with a damage title, but... Yeah, I'm starting to get the hang of Glaivier. And I really do like Blue Dragon Claw. Not bad. It's not bad at all. It's not bad at all. Yeah, no, I didn't. Yeah, the Artillerist, yeah. Artillerist and Deathblade. Bro, don't look down on Artillerist, especially with the firepower build. Like, they can pump some damage, dude. They can pump some damage. Especially on something like a Grexion who likes to stay still quite a lot. If you can get those timings down and just land all those nukes and shit, it's some good stuff. Okay, so what do I have? Hold up, I need to see this. Wealth around this. Alright, what do I have on you? Oh, I do have quick prep. The question is, do I want to run quick prep on? Is there a quick prep for this? Oh, there is. Oh, that's what's happening. I gave up the quick prep on that in order to get the meter control, so that way I could guarantee getting 2. And I should be running quick prep on it. Because I have to run firepower control until I get enough specialization to guarantee swapping with 2 abilities. Like, I just have to. There's no real option for that. Ooh. Oh, never mind. No, that's not very good. That's not very good because this is again like this is like the 3rd time I've gotten this rock on this character. Is like my instant reaction is like, oh shit, that's really good, and then you realize that it's not, because most builds you run one or the other. I don't think there's a lot of builds where you run both increased mess and raid captain on it. Especially because again, I kind of need level 3. Well, I think I'll keep it because I think it's probably the best increased mass option I have available at the moment out of the stones I have, because I think the other increased mass options, the second option I could have isn't really all that great. Right, like I have barricade and preemptive strike isn't terrible. But yeah, so my plan, for Glaivier on the side of gearing is, so I'm going to take these. I'm going to do Chaos Dungeon. Is that I'm going to wait till 1370 and then just run like Oreja hard mode. And then try to get, you know, just get 5 accessories with my pinnacle, and then just pop like Cursed Doll or something else that other classes would use. Okay, so here, here I'm gonna keep Soul Cutter, because Soul Cutter has range that you don't really have on with the Blue Dragon's Claw. I mean, we could also just try it as a... Just give it a try. We'll see what it's like with using... Because you have this, then we flurry, and then we have this. And then we give it a bleed rune for some extra deeps. Save. And we... Which one is it? Soul Cutter? That one. I liked Soul Cutter, but the fact that it didn't have like paralysis immunity kind of made it a pain with how long you had to sit there to like swing all your blades out. And I feel like even with that, I'm pretty sure like Blue Dragon's Claw, like it just generates more. Granted, I feel like that's kind of more of a problem now with the spec we're at. I think once I get to like 1400 spec, like that's not gonna be as big of a deal, and maybe I'll swap back or something, but I don't know. I don't know. Soul Cutter, stop tracking these. And track these two. For now. Actually, no, I don't think any other, like, damage ability has, like, paralysis. I mean, oh, there's Spirit Dive, but I don't think you use Spirit Dive for anything. To be honest, I'll probably end up having to go back to this. Kinda not looking forward to it. Because it has a weak point detection, so it'll deal more damage, period, than Blue Dragon Claw ever could. The only real big, like, benefit to Blue Dragon Claw is that it's more universal. Over Cutting Wind. Because Cutting Wind's damage only really comes from like the push immune. I don't know, but it also has this. Actually, that's just good in general. Shit. I don't know, but I don't like it because I kept getting knocked out of it. So I refuse to use it. I'm gonna be stubborn on this. And maybe later on I'll like regret it, but for now, I'm good. I'm pretty good. Alright, Chaos Tension, let's go. Oh my god, my allergies are really killing me hard now though. Really killing me hard. You can probably hear it. And like, I'm just gonna apologize now ahead of time for, well, I guess post time for all the sniffling. It's just, there's not much I can really do. When, you know how, if you got allergies, you know how it be. You know how it be. And like, some of you might say like use Claritin and stuff like that, but I used Claritin a lot when I was younger, and it never really did anything for me when I had allergies. Because I have, like... My allergies are relatively rare, like... Like, again, most places I've lived, I've never had this bad of a reaction to anything. And now here, it's like... Every time. I now understand what it feels like for people who have bad allergies. Alright, we're gonna test out how this looks. Oh, I have the wrong one on. Oh, oh, I know. I understand what happened. I'm in the wrong build. I'm in my Chaos Dungeon. Or I'm in my my raid build. I don't understand. Yeah, I'll just wait the, like, 10 seconds. I forgot I was looking at those tripod settings. So we'll just run in circles for a little bit while we wait. Everything's off cooldown. Alright. Doesn't seem terrible. It definitely stops that big pack that chases you. Oh, right, I forget that Blue Dragon Claw is like a front windmill, not like a it's not what I was thinking in my head. Forgot that. Oops, I think I canceled that earlier. The the whole perfect zone thing kind of is a little ingrained in my head. Oop. Missed a little bit, but I don't know how I feel about it, to be perfectly honest. Yeah, doing the charge one on preempt on the dragon horn is, in my opinion, a lot better than trying to perfect zone it, especially later on when you get the rift cores where it gives you the increased attack speed. It's really hard to get the perfect zone off. You get the increased attack speed, so I really do think like just doing the charging one where you just charge the whole way and it just deals more damage. It's pretty good for chaos dungeons. And I think you can also, like, if you like that, you could run it in if you're doing the crit build. So that is an option. But as you can see, that's kind of what I was talking about, where it loads up really fast when you have the attack speed buff from Chaos Dungeon. So I think it's pretty worth doing. For the charge, just charge it and then just throw it in there. And it's good for packs too, so. Put them on ice. Oh man, that's just, I like attack with the allergies earlier, like kind of just destroyed my brain, if I'm perfectly honest. My brain doesn't even know what to think anymore. I almost like sneezed my brain out my nose, bro. The last time I had a sneeze attack that badly was when I accidentally got a little too close to smelling some candles. Because candles are something that, like, I don't know if I would like call it like an allergy, right? But like candles, when you like the strong smell, when you go to like the candle section in like a department store, like, oh my god, dude, like that murders me. Same thing with like the perfume cologne section, like, whoo, y'all need to like aerate some shit, dog. Like, y'all trying to kill your customers? Like, holy shit. I'm gonna miss this glaive. I like the way it looks. It ain't bad. Oh, forgot I need to have meter when I use that ability. I like the whole like back dodge roll thing it does. Gives you some space. I will say, Glaivier doesn't really rank too highly on my list of like Chaos Dungeon classes. Like mentally, like for me, like Berserker is kind of at the top for Chaos Dungeon. It's chill, it's easy, It has a lot of AoE that you can use. And it's very simple, and it benefits a lot from the whole cooldown reduction from killing elites. So once you get past that first room, it's like, you're pretty good. But, Glaivier, I don't know, that's too much swapping back and forth, in my taste, to be a true blue, like, chaos dungeon. At least for Pinnacle. I think, for Control, or whatever the other one's called, that one's probably pretty good. Wait, why did you go all the way through? It didn't, like, pierce there for a second. For some odd reason. Or maybe the mobs moved out of line from what I was expecting. That's probably also potentially what happened. Yeah, see, that's what I don't get. Sometimes it feels like you instantly spawn the boss, and then other times it feels like you just take like 3 years. Fuck. I do like that spear throw though. Like Gunlancer, they're just like, you know, you just back it up and shwook! That's such a cool ability, dude. Such a cool ability. I think I might just start using it. Oh, I know I said this last time, but I'm like, I think I might just start using that in PvE. In like my raid builds. Because like, it just looks cool. Oh, I think I may. Nothing hit me. Yeah, this one, Wind Splitter, is pretty good once you remember that you need to have bar to use it to get the damage buff. Not bad. I need to swap quick. Cause that's the other thing is like you want to line it up so that you're in spear mode when you're fighting the Rift Core guy, so you can do the Dragon Horn quickly, kill him like very quickly. But sometimes it just, I guess you could also just do it where if you're in glaive stance, you just stay in glaive stance until the Rift Core spawns. That's also an option. Because I think that's probably how you're supposed to chaos dungeon. You just stay in glaive stance until you meet the Rift Core guy. And then you just swap back to glaive stance and you just stay in there. Because glaive stance has all the AoE really. Or all the easy AoE. And then again with the cooldown stuff, you know, you're kind of just... You're gonna have like buttons to push. Right. I want to kill all of you. Sweet. Oh. I think most of them still kind of moved out. Because it like hits very small and then it like explodes is the way their ult works. I think I should have just hit him with my dragon sweep instead. And just taken what I could have gotten. Save the 250 silver. Was not worth. Was not worth at all. Okay, I think she's done with her weeklies now. Favorites. Yes, yes, yes. Weeklies. Done with those. She's done all these once. Not bad, not bad. we're lining up pretty good. All we have left is, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do my rapport run, then my Una de Dailies task, and then my Chaos Dungeon, and then we'll do some. Then we'll use the remaining time to just farm up a little PvP, try to get some levels, some XP for the levels and stuff. Because boy, we need it. Oh my god, what a dick. We don't know what he did there with that animation. Is he put a turret down. I don't know if his turret one-shots things or not, though. I guess maybe I was a little hasty, but because I have like other effects turned off besides like party members, so like actually I don't think the turret deals me that much damage, so it's not that bad. But basically, if that turret could one-shot, that's kind of like a bit of a BM move. Because you can just put turrets down and then just like let the turrets deal all the work. But I think they can't kill things by themselves. I think you have to have like he's got to be involved or someone else has to help for the turrets to kill things. And actually, I don't even know if the turrets will actually like auto target like the mobs, because they aren't hostile to you right off the bat. You have to hit them first. He's like right here. I like, even before I saw him drop it, I could see my character kind of move around the watcher guy. I think I've done Sea of Indolence on this character. I need to make sure I've done Sea of Indolence on all the characters I can do it for gold. I know I've done it on the Striker. I'm pretty sure I've done it on the Deadeye. I don't remember if I've done it on the Berserker though. Also, I hope whatever they do, they had to like make that like back end lag a little easier, because I never had this much of it until after the update. This last update, I mean. The April one. After that one, I really started having this like this lag be pretty bad, where just loading into the map, like my game just freezes for like a minute or two. Well, not like a minute, like 30 seconds to like a minute. And I never had that issue before. Like things would be slow to load in, but I never had an issue where it was like I would like my screen would literally freeze for like 15-20 seconds. And it's very jarring, because it's not something that was happening before. Also, I still like how, in case you don't know or you haven't paid attention, first of all, the spear stance has a superior glow, because the spear glow goes all the way up and down the weapon. And then you have a different dodge when you're spear stance. You dodge like this. You just dodge forward in spear stance. Then you swap to glaive stance. Oh, the glaive goes all the way up and down too. I didn't notice, because like it's unlike the spear stance, it's way more concentrated at the top, but it also goes the entire way. But when you're in glaive stance, you dodge like this. You get the flip dodge. It's kind of cool. I like that distinction between the two forms. It's kind of another cue to tell you what form you're in if you're dodging around and you're kind of, you know, you go like, oops, I forgot what I was doing. That kind of thing. Alright, I'm just curious to see if she's done I think I've done it on every character. Oh no, she hasn't done it yet. I'll do it later. I promised some PvP today, so I gotta do... I'm just gonna do the Strikers. Just do it all. I mean, the Strikers, Una dailies are pretty quick, because he only low pangs. Like, that's all he's done. He is my low pang ult. Low pang. Low pang. I wonder if they'll do any more changes to the Express Pass, though. Because like I've suggested it before on stream, and I think I've seen other people do forward post about it. where they've been asking to make it so that the missions are do like page 1 guardians or higher, do page 2 guardians or higher, do Vern Chaos Dungeon or higher for the missions, because with the way it currently is, again, you're wasting like 2 weeks of what could be tier 3 grinding on a character, which is why I don't even know if I'll express past the Destroyer, to be honest. Because since I'm saving up mats for the Destroyer and I have like 3 weeks, I'm gonna have enough mats to push him to tier 3. Like same day, like the day he arrives, he's getting pushed to tier 3 at the very least. And then depending on how good his luck is with the Chaos Dungeons, he should be getting pretty deep into tier 3 right off the bat. Gonna cost me a lot of gold and silver, but I'll just hope I can recoup it later instead of worrying about it. So but you know, that's kind of the cost you pay. So I think what I might do is I might wait until the last day. Like what I'll probably do is I'll see if any class, like if we get any class on June, which I imagine we will, what the class is on June, and depending on how much I care about it, which will probably be pretty low unless it's like Scouter. Also, I didn't go through the Glaivier shit. I don't know why. Like, see, this is how out of it I am with my allergies. I'll have to go back on the Glaivier later to the better stuff. I could probably just do that off stream, so we can at least get some PvP on stream. But like, if it's not Scouter, right? So if Scouter doesn't come out in June, what I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use whatever character it is, like if it's like Arcana, Summoner, or Reaper, and use them to do the Express Pass, because I won't care about their progression all that much. And even Scouter though, I still might not give too much of a shit about him, to be honest. I kind of already have all the classes in the game that I care about, that are like live on the Korean servers. Like, the only other class that could garner my interest would be female Berserker, and then like maybe the whatever comes out, and then like Arrowmancer, which we don't know when we're getting those, so it's kind of just for what's left. I kind of don't really care too much for the rest of them, so I think I might just use whatever comes after Destroyer as the Express Pass guy, and just chill him through like tier 1, tier 2 content. Nothing too crazy, not worry about it. Even knowledge transfer him if I have to. Well, actually, I still have that Bird Power Pass, which doesn't seem like it has an expiration date. I mean, it means I'll have to like drop another $10 to get roll crystals to buy a character slot, but for me, it was just delaying the inevitable. I'm too much of an alt-aholic. I have alts in all the games I play. I play way too much shit in all the MMOs I play, so it was kind of par for the course for me to drop the like $10 that it'll cost to get. Yeah. Nice. Sometimes it doesn't one-shot them, so I was like waiting a little bit. Yeah. Sorry, I was just updating the info because like I'm kind of like the only person who compiles. I wouldn't say like looks up information, but I kind of like the only person who compiles information. Like I set up a Discord for Lost Art to compile information for people to kind of like have a one spot they can kind of get information from, because I know there's a lot of people that they'd like to be informed, but they either don't have the time or they just don't know how to like efficiently look for information for like a game like Lost Ark that has so many different like sources of information. So I was just updating Discord to remind people, because I know a couple people that are they're holding on their Express Pass for future classes, and I'm like, and something that's kind of important to note is to remember that you have till the 30th to designate the class for the Express Pass, but you have till the 28th to actually complete the Express Pass. So that's kind of an important distinction to make, in my opinion. So, and that kind of goes for you guys too, because if you you know, if you're holding on to the Express Pass, you have until the 30th of June to select it, which I think that might be a Thursday. We can check here in a minute what day of the week that is. But you have until the 28th of July to actually complete the missions, so you have some time. You have a little bit of time. Well, you'll have enough time to actually like finish the missions if you hold on to it, right? Because it takes, I think it takes roughly 2 weeks to get through all of the Guardian Raid and Chaos Dungeon stuff. So you have ample time to finish it from when the deadline to select a character is. So for instance, June 30th is... Oh, you can't actually go past. That's interesting. I didn't know that. I hadn't noticed that before. But you actually can't go more than like a month forward. So calendar. June 30th is the last Thursday of June. So you have the last Thursday of June to select a character, and then you have up until the last Thursday of July to actually complete the missions. So basically, you have concrete deadlines, right? So it's basically from the last maintenance in June to the last maintenance of July is the very last time you basically have a whole month. So you have plenty of time to actually complete it if you're waiting for like a June class to use it on, which is kind of smart in my opinion for them to do, to give people that time. I do know that the caveat to holding on to it is depending on whether or not they give us another Express Pass, like while this one's still active, like while this one's still available to get. I mean, I think, to be honest, rather than Express Pass, I'd rather they just gave us the increased honing rates for tier 1 and tier 2 at least. Because if they're just going to give us another tier 1 to tier 2 Express Pass, I'd rather they just give us an event and then just give us increased the tier 1 and tier 2 honing rates, where it's just default +2 100% all the way, and like, you know, we don't have to spend a lot, because I feel like that is better. The Express Pass right now isn't bad, specifically because the rewards at the end of it are really good for completing it. But I think that the current state of this Express Pass, because there's this Express Pass and then there's what's called the Hyper Express, I'm thinking, which is, that's the one that gets into like the 14, 15s or some shit like that. So that's the one that people really wanted. But I knew that wasn't coming day one. There was no way. But basically, I think what they should do is they should just, if they're just going to give us another tier 1, tier 2 Express Pass, they should just not, and then just make it so, so that, just give us an event, and then after that event, with that event, just bring the increased tier 1, tier 2 honing rates. So that way we can just, it'll be fine. You can supplement the materials with the event and not force players to have to go do old content that they don't necessarily have to do, because, you know, you know, it's great to have it for the new players, but again, it kind of is whatever for the older players. Or for the players who've, like, at least been playing for a couple months and have a somewhat established account. It's a... There's not really much for them there, and you're actually, like, asking them to waste weeks, like 2 weeks of progression on a character that they could otherwise get rolling faster if they just didn't do that. So, but then at the same time, you know, you're telling them that, well, you can do that, but then you won't get 1,000 gold, selector card, you know, a lot of good stuff at the end of it. So I think it would be better for the future, where instead of giving us another, like, just tier 1, tier 2 express pass, to just give us the increased tier 1, tier 2 hunting rates, and then just give a really good event next to it, kind of like Naruni Racing, or like the updated Guardian raid event that we're gonna get. Shweek. Shweek. I swear I have like the weirdest like sound effects in my head for the abilities that I use. And it changes per character. Because like for the striker, it's like I go shwink when I do like lightning tiger strike or moonsault kick, and then for like other ones it's like whoop. The other one's like couple. I think the Deadeye it's mostly like boom shot. It's kind of what he goes through. What's up, what I want to do? This should be alright though. Yeah, with the breaking of the core, unleash the power of the tiger. Shwink. Shwink. Can you imagine if that was the actual noise that lightning tiger strike made? It was just shwink. We're almost done with this guy. After this, we're just gonna do quick low pank hop. Just hop, 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 and then we'll go on the scrapper and do the rapport rotation really quickly, and then go to do the rapport rotation, do her Una task daily, and then do her chaos tensions, and then we'll spend the rest of the time just PvP between ranked. We'll kind of like ping pong between ranked and unranked probably. Because I'll probably do 2 or 3 matches in unranked just to kind of like warm up, and then we'll do like a good batch of matches in ranked to try to see if we can recoup some of the MMR we lost 2 weeks ago. It'll be hard climb, but damn it, I want to be out of bronze. Put me in that set. My super end goal, like that I'm hoping I can get to by the end of the season, because I'm hoping I can stay like consistent with practicing my PvP, or like, you know, just getting better at PvP, is the platinum. I'd like to get to platinum. That's kind of what I'd like, because you get a mount at that rank. But we'll kind of have to see how that pans out. That'll kind of just depend on, because like the point is there's a lot of PvE shit to do on top of that, so I kind of have to make time for that climb alongside everything else I plan on doing, like gearing and leveling all these characters so they can do stuff.
What do you want?
All right. Get rid of that. That's another good chunk of tier 2 mats. This also means that I have like 3 more weeks of Bloodstone spending to do. Because what I've been doing is I've been spending Bloodstones on tier 2 mats, on the stones that are unbound to like build up, so that way I can save the Guardian Stone pouches for tier 3. I think I've done... I think his weeklies are done. This guy. Low pang. His weeklies are done. And yeah, he's done at least everything once. I'll probably have to do more fishing to kind of get that maxed out. But luckily, even if we don't max that out, I'm pretty sure we'll have enough bloodstones next week to start researching the level 3 guild shop, which means we can start getting great honor leapstones from it. So I'm kind of excited for that, because I still found it kind of weird that like you don't get you literally cannot buy great honor leapstones until guild shop level 3. Like, what the fuck? Also, I'm curious when they're gonna add the other guild stuff, like, because there's like GVG and then GVE stuff that I don't think is in. Like, I know the GVG stuff isn't in the game, but I'm pretty sure the GVE stuff isn't in the game either. I kind of want to do those, depending on how many people you need for GVE. I don't want to do GVG so much, but GVE, depending on how it is, like, I kind of want to give that a try as a guild. This time we'll end at like Arthitine, the arid path to to finish with Sasha, so that way we can at least cut some of the report cycle down. Because if my low pang takes me to Arthitine anyway, I might as well just do Sasha while I'm there. I don't have to, like, I can save that ocean liner. The only thing I don't like is how, like, so in like tier 2 characters, you can't craft your abyssal gear unless you're in a tier 2 city. And I'm just like, ugh, why? Just why? Because you can craft your tier 3 gear in Vern, because South Vern is tier 3. And since South Vern doesn't have a capital city, the abyssal, you can craft the tier 3 abyssal gear in Vern Castle. But in Arthitine and in Lutera, you can only craft the tier 1 stuff. And I'm just like, why you do this to me? Baby, I loved you. Tweak. Hey, look at this. That freeze right there. That never happened to me before the patch. Never. And then after the patch, happens all the time when I load into a zone.
Welcome.
So for Sasha, she'll be friendly level 2 today, so that'll be nice. So that way we only have 2 more levels to go, because we still have to get through friendly level 2 and then friendly level 1, and then we get the Giant's Heart from her. So she'll be done pretty soon, so that'll be pretty cool. Then after that, we have Calvasis is the next one who's pretty close to being done for Giant's Hearts. And then Neva's a way off. Like Nidavi, she's gonna be a while before we get her to trusted for it, but that'll be fine. Yep. So we'll leave that quest for later. But so just a quick rundown. Oops, that was the wrong one. We're working on Arthitine with Sasha. Sasha at Trusted, not Affection, but Trusted. Gives you a Giant's Heart, 1200 gold, and then 4 green battle engravings, so that'll be nice. And then Calvasis, who's our next closest one, because she's friendly level 2. And Calvasis, I think, is friendly level 2 now, so he then gives you Island Soul, Giant's Heart, and a Masterpiece. So, really good, really good. Quick scrapper dailies for a bit. May 9th, 19th. Not bad, not bad. We're doing some good progress. I still kind of personally want to, like, whatchamacallit, I don't want to. I think I might start doing. I might fit in just like for a variety day. On like maybe Wednesday, I might take as a. Well, I say this, but I also want to like. I also want to do PvP, so I kind of have to kind of pick and choose what I want to do. If anything, what I might do is I might just take like a weekend, like Saturday, maybe do like a 2-hour stream or something to do just a variety, play something else on the weekends, just to mix things up. Because I usually play other stuff on the weekends anyway. So, all right. So we're gonna do the Chaos Dungeons last. So we're just gonna go real quick down the line.
I'll be counting on you, my friend.
So we'll do Calvasas, who's pretty close to being done. Friendly level 2. I haven't used I've used a couple gifts on him, but that's mostly when he's like I think it was when he was close to getting to friendly. I think I used like 2 gifts to finish getting him to friendly. But I haven't like done any rapport skips or anything like that, so we're just gonna quickly get these done for the day, get them out of the way. Then we'll do some Chaos Dungeons at the end, and then after that we'll do some PvP up until the Adventure Island. Oh, did I do it too early? I did. So that'll be a little mind numbing though, because PvP on Scrapper is it's a bit like you have some good moments and you have bad moments. You don't really have like average moments. From my experience, you kind of just you either do really well or you do really poorly. Like there's no real like other like option there for me, at least. I guess that's probably also just like a skill thing, right? Because I think when I was playing when I was trying to be more competitive on like FPSs, there was like you have this, and MOBAs, like a lot of like the higher players were like, you know, you're improving when you start having those moments where you have really good games, because that means that you're learning what to do, but you just haven't really like buckled down on when to do them and like what pacing to keep. So it says you're improving, but it's also just really frustrating, right? The part of it's also in Lost Ark, it kind of goes like, am I fighting a Deathblade Gunlancer Berserker comp? Yes. Probably going to be a bad game. There's a lot of super armor there. No. Probably going to be a pretty good game. Not a lot of super armor there. So there's also that little distinction. Where is it? Oh, he's all the way over there. Whoop. But yeah, so hopefully today we can get some good matches in. I'm gonna try to do some ranked in hopes that we can get back some of the MMR that I lost when I was trying to like do a bunch of PvP like 2 or 3 weeks ago. I think that kind of burned me out on like on doing ranked PvP for a little bit, because I kind of do what you're not supposed to do, because I didn't want to stop PvPing because I was like, I need experience. But instead of going to, I kept telling myself, oh, but I don't want to run into full pre-made teams in unranked, so I should just keep pushing in like ranked for the solo queues. And that's honestly like, you just shouldn't do that. Even if it makes sense like to your brain at the moment, you just shouldn't do that, because sometimes you just need to go like to unranked and kind of like unwind a bit, because you can kind of just be like, ah, fuck it, and just try like, you know, different play styles. Like maybe you're being too aggressive in ranked, so you can kind of try to be a little less aggressive in unranked and see how that works out, and vice versa. Like I've kind of found myself being a little too aggressive, or a little not aggressive enough in unranked or in ranked. So, and then I find myself being pretty I find a pretty good mix of being aggressive in unranked, and I kind of need to move that mentality over to ranked, because I think that really that's what's hurting me, is I'm not being aggressive enough, because I'm a little too scared of getting like just juggled to death, because that happens often. That happens more times than I would like. of just getting juggled to death by like a Deathblade or a Berserker, because they have a lot of like answers for Scrapper. Sorceresses I generally don't mind fighting, because it kind of comes down to like the best man wins kind of thing. Because I've had really good moments of like shutting down sorceresses, and then I've ran into sorcerers that are really good at like reading the feints and the baits, and then just like reacting and getting like, you know, and still leaving themselves options for when I actually try to initiate and stuff like that. So just stuff like that is how it is. So we'll hit that back later. We'll hit that towards the end of the stream. We're almost done with the dailies already. So all we have left is Shoeshire, and then we have Lutera and Anika for rapports, and then we'll just park in Anika for like in the arena for some good luck, and then we'll just start hitting some PvP, baby. The only downside to it is I have to run in Force 21/9, which in my opinion is going to look hideous. But that field of view advantage it's too strong. It's too strong. I know Smilegate has talked about they're trying to find a camera angle for at least PvP where, you know, that doesn't become like, that's not such a big advantage as having 21/9, but I think they're going to be kind of hard pressed to do that. So I mean, like, I think the only way they could do that is just force people in PvP to not have that wide advantage, which would then kind of, I don't think it would go over well, personally. I think if they wanted, that's the kind of thing that if they wanted to do, they should have done it from the get-go. Especially because people that play classes like Sorceresses and Gunslingers, who are, they're used to like throwing shit from really far out there, they're not going to be too happy with a change that doesn't let them do that easily anymore. So I don't know how they're going to handle the camera angle thing. Hopefully they can find a happy like medium, because I can feel for both sides really for when they do it. What was on this? Oh, expert supercharge. That's kind of garbo. That's kind of garbo. Oh, so we finished this, so now we can go to Lutera and then Anika, and then we can start our PvP adventures. You know, I wonder if it's the dust. I think there might be a lot. No, because I cleaned the filter out yesterday. Or not yesterday, I cleaned it out like last week, or a week or two ago. I have to figure out something for these allergy things. It wasn't so bad yesterday. Today was pretty bad though. Today was pretty bad. And I don't know why it didn't like set off until I came back from like taking my dog to the vet. So it kind of just is what it is. Do what it do, and it be what it be. We go to Lake Bar, Lake Bar, Lake Bar. What was that? We going to Lake Bar. If you go to any like triport a lot, would definitely suggest to memorize the name of the triport, because it can definitely shave a couple seconds off of the having to open the map, look at where you got to go, that kind of thing. See, he's still gonna take a while, because like I started him. It's kind of funny to see the difference, because like I started him at the same time I started the Ghost Lady and Anika, and they were both at 0, and Anika's almost done, like the Ghost Lady. I think she's at like friendly level 2, almost friendly level 3. And meanwhile, he hasn't even made it to friendly yet. It's kind of funny. But then again, he's also like the only one in this in this zone that you have to rapport for the adventure tome. I guess it kind of makes sense for him to have a slightly heftier amount needed.
Have any letters to send?
Okay, these are unbound. What's this? Oh, Garbo. Yeah, I did whatchamacallit. I did phase 1, phase 2 Argos yesterday. Went pretty good. I think it took us about an hour to do both. We one-shotted the first phase, with me being the last person standing. And then it took us a couple attempts on the second phase, because it was the first time we ever went in there. Well, me as the last DPS standing. The bard in my party survived with me. But the second phase took us a little bit, because since we hadn't been there before, the guys who went up kind of didn't know what the diagrams were supposed to be for the callouts, for what mechanics we need to do down low. And then the first time we entered, the first time as the moon party, because I was party 2, we entered the mini boss. We didn't know, like, most people didn't really know what he was doing, and so we all got hit by a lot of shit and we all died. The second time we went in there, he bugged out to where we had him at 50% health and he hadn't transitioned yet. And then when it was, the timer ran out, he one-shot everybody and then transitioned into the core. And it was like, what the fuck? But then the third time, we were able to, he didn't bug out, and so he transitioned at 30% like he was supposed to. And then we killed him, and then we killed Argos. So, pretty good, pretty good. So an extra 1,700 golderinos in the pocket. But I don't plan on pushing to 1,400 anytime soon. Or like, very aggressive. Oh, why am I here? Or very aggressively, I should say. I do plan on pushing towards 1,400 and eventually 1,415, but again, it's not something I'm like, I have to get that done like next week. Because it's still gonna be rough to get up there. Yeah, she's report level 3. She'll be done soon. Yeah, because you get about 600 a day. And she only needs 1,500 to get to trusted, so she'll be quick. I'm hoping the other guy is just as quick, because then I can come back and do collectibles and stuff and get finish out the cooking to get actually, I think I'm done with the cooking. What am I missing for this? Yeah, I'm just missing the collectibles. Once I get the collectibles and the rapport done, this will be my first Ignia token. That'd be pretty cool. Alright, so we're gonna go back. We're just gonna chill in the actual arena. And just do some PvP. Oh wait, no, we gotta do Chaos Dungeon. Oops. Well, so much for that idea. I was like, I'm just gonna chill in Nika's arena, but I forgot I have to go do Chaos Dungeons. I'm gonna go do. Don't worry, I promise. We're gonna get at least a couple matches in. Because I also want it recorded so I can kind of look back on it later to see where I could improve and do better.
Discount? Come on. We're
Special
barely
discount for the tournament.
High time to set sail.
So we're gonna go back to. Where we go?
Get that cargo moving.
The only reason I don't go to Vern, even though like South Vern is there, is simply because the bots. Because my Deadeye, well, my Deadeye is just kind of cursed in general. He gets a lot of bot mail and whatever. Not so much now, but he was like the only character I had that was consistently getting bot mail like over and over again. So, but even the bots are still a bit of a problem. It's kind of interesting though that like they were even using the gems, which kind of makes sense, right? You take multiple accounts and then you kind of like funnel the gems together to like one person, to one character on a server, and they could they have a pretty good chance of making some like high level tier 3 gems, and those go for a lot right now. Those go for quite a bit if you get like 7, 8, 9s. And then you mix that with the freebie ones from the Arc Pass. Granted, those are the Arc Pass freebie ones are kind of deep in there, so they might not have gone too much for that one, but still, there's ways. There's ways. The bots, they're ever evolving. I also find it randomly amusing that Elon Musk decided to buy Twitter. This as like an off statement. Like, I'm curious what he plans on doing with it, because he doesn't strike me as someone who's like, who wakes up one day and goes, you know what, I'm going to spend like 44 billion just buy Twitter for no reason. Man's got a plan. Gonna make Skynet. And he's laying down the foundation now. Hold up. All right, now we'll do a couple taps after. I'll do 1 or 2 taps after for this, after our Chaos Dungeons. Hopefully we can get lucky. I'm doing one of the efficiency routes, which is where you focus on your glove, shoulder, and helmet to get them up there. So we'll see how that pans out. Hopefully I can get pretty lucky. Hopefully we can get pretty lucky. Get a couple taps in. Well, a couple successes. I tried a couple taps the other day before Argo, or yesterday before Argos, and none of them succeeded. I was a little sad about that, but it happens. One of the reasons I'm not too much in a rush, because if you try to like push yourself farther than you can handle with honing, it'll come to bite you in the ass when you're like, when you all of a sudden realize you have no gold, you have no silver, and then you still only hone like a little bit. So like usually I do like maybe I'll do 2 taps per, like 2 or 3 taps per, and you know, especially like try to, you know, when I'm having like 15% chances and stuff, it's, you know, on a hope and a dream to get that success, but you know, that's how you kind of offset like not going broke in one go. You give yourself, you know, you go, I'm gonna do a couple taps and on each item, and if one of them succeeds, cool, maybe do a couple taps more. If none of them succeed like within their 2 to 3 taps, I think I'll just take a break, go do something else. Oh, come on, you 3 really not gonna like, I hate the frogs. I hate the frogs so much. Because they all just sit there, because they have like ranged abilities, or like medium ranged abilities, so they don't want to like group up nicely, and they just waste my time just spitting and doing the tongue attack. At least when there's 3 of them. When there's 1 of them, it doesn't matter, because he'll eventually come over here. But when there's 3 of them, and you're trying to like group them up, you're like, I hate all of you. I hate all of you. You all suck. Also, this is kind of what I was talking about. Like these maps, like this is about the same size as another map. Well, actually, I think it's almost the same exact map that you get. But the other map has like a bunch of trees and shit. So there's not a lot of like wide open spaces for the mobs to spawn. So they group up nicely, and you don't have to run too far to get a nice little clump going, like you do in some of these more open maps. So. But luckily that one, you know, didn't go too long, because again, I also don't know why, like in some maps it feels like it takes 3 years to get the final boss to spawn, and then in other maps you're like, oh shit, he's already up, you know, that kind of thing. So I mean, it probably has something to do with the percentages, but not much I can do about that. Not much I can do about that. I I see those like that remaining like bar and a half of XP for 56, and I'm just like salivating. Like, come on now, you know you want to get to 50. You know you want to level up. But that little bit of bar left is like 5 million XP, so it'll definitely be a little bit before I hit it. It'll definitely be a little bit before I hit it. It'd be nice to get extra skill points though. Oh, that's not what I pushed there. My bad. My bad. But I got one of these. I wish that's how fast True Rising Fist went normally. True Rising Fist feels like it takes 3 years to actually connect. Which is kind of why I was hoping that... Like, I didn't want another ability that could, like, compete with Death Rattle. I wanted another ability that I could replace True Rising Fist with. But, unfortunately, we didn't get anything. At least that I know of. I don't know if there's, like, some secret tech to be tested about, like, with the fact that critical hit is now a back attack, so it'll benefit from Ambush Master and the extra crit. Like, I'm kind of just gonna pay attention to like Loa, see what kind of builds pop up, because like I personally just really don't like True Rising Fist in all honesty. I think it's a very, very inferior version of Dragon's Advent, in my opinion. But unfortunately, we kind of got to roll with it currently, because we don't really have another shock ability that's worth putting in there. Running, 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 woo. Also, this is kind of what annoys me, is the fact that it's kind of random when the portal spawns. The portal spawns randomly between 16% to 18%. And it's a little annoying because it's like just spawn at a static fucking percentage. Okay, how the hell did that hit that guy, but it missed the other dude when I was kind of like equal distance from both of them? Actually, I was even closer to that guy than I was to the dude at the bottom, and it still killed the guy on the bottom. Like, what the fuck? Like, how the hell did that happen? I don't know, I'm telling you, Death Rattle, it's tighter than you think. It's tighter fucking... Well, actually, I came to realize that Death Rattle has a bigger hitbox behind it than it has in front of it. At least it feels that way. Because, like, there was a couple times Argos would jump behind me with my Death Rattle, and I would be like, ah, shit, and then he'd still get hit in the face. And I'm like, oh, never mind. You got whacked in the face. Also, I think the other reason I'm going to be annoyed about the change to Roundup Suite, not resetting on crit and just on hit, is that it means in Chaos Dungeons you'll miss out when you can do like just machine gun out roundup sweeps like this. Just keep doing that over and over again. Because like it just keeps resetting. Because preemptive strike guarantees a crit whenever you hit a full health target. So that's gonna be a little sucky to not have. Ruining my fun, Smilegate. I do like how, so like unlike Berserker, it is kind of interesting how I can just generate shock at any time by just pressing the ability for, well, I guess that's because you consume, well, not even then, because Berserker you still consume mana, use his abilities. I don't know, I just find it interesting how like Infighter or Scrapper can like always have shock available, simply because like just by hitting the buttons, even without hitting anything, you still get the shock. I just find that an interesting design choice. I don't know why it'd be any different for Berserker, for, well, at least Berserker's technique, Berserker. Well, I guess it's because Berserk mode actually gives you a pretty big upgrade, so it'd probably be a little overpowered if you could just sit there and just swing your abilities for free and get Fury from it. We still might be able to get another core. Maybe? Maybe? Shit. Didn't reset. Damn it, no. I think we were close to getting another core, but unfortunate. Unfortunate. Again, I'm gonna kind of apologize for the sniffling, like, it's kind of out of my control a bit. So. Pretty sure even, like, shoving paper towel, like, tissue up my nose isn't really gonna do anything. So. Yep, so now we get to deal with this really super squished this super squished fucking look for the last like 20 minutes or so. Alright, yeah, all that should be good to go. The team deathmatch, a little cute. See what we get. We'll see where we get. I'm gonna try to keep a more aggressive playstyle, even against like probably bad matchups, because like the system's way too punishing in ranked for you to play it safe, and I don't like that, because it seems like you gain and lose points based on your battlefield effectiveness, also on top of the bloated like MMR gain and loss. Because I don't know if it was a bug or maybe it wasn't, or it's just how it's intended, but a lot of times I'll look at a comp and be like, man, that's really dangerous. I need to play very safe. But then at the end, I don't do much, like, according to the system. Like, I don't do a lot of damage, but I also don't take a lot of damage. And I don't die a lot and stuff like that. But, ooh, double Berserker. That's going to be interesting. But at the same point, it's kind of like, that's just, you know, not dying a lot, I feel should be weighed more than it is, because I'll have lower battlefield score than someone who went in there and they got like 1 kill, but then they died like 6 times. When I got 0 kills, but I got like 2 deaths and like 4 assists, or not even 4 assists, like 2 assists. We were doing pretty bad, and then I just, you know, it's kind of like, it just is what it is. It just is what it is. See what we get. See how this goes. There's a Gunslinger. I am so out of like practice. Oh shit, that was a good earthquake. That's that. Oh, that's a problem. That's a problem. Shit. I got caught in that. I shouldn't have gotten caught in that. I'm missing all of my like insta hits, which suck. I also forget that they have super armor on that ability, and it kind of sucks. All right, cool. They got that kill. Trying to see. Oh, I don't know why I keep seeing their like, what is that? Their death circle, whatever it's called. I forget what it's called. The one where they like jump backwards and throw grenades. Like I keep thinking that's like equilibrium instead of what it is. So I keep like trying to jump into it. Oh, he has Aura Blade. Just getting all kinds of disgusting. Bruh, like between the Gunslinger and the Berserker, I had like no health when I stood back up. Alright, let's see, can we at least... I'm really missing a lot of my, what is it? A lot of my insta hits. I'm missing a lot of those, and that's a problem because that's kind of like important for setups, is getting that insta hit in, and it's really hard for me to like land it, especially on these like really mobile classes. Shit, I should have death striked, or not death striked, death rattled. Come on, come on. There we go, there we go. Oh, that would have been... Oh, that was such a good counter. That was such a good counter by the Gunslinger. Because I would have killed him for sure with the damage. But unfortunately, they got countered by the Gunslinger. Because that's the danger with running... Wait, oh, he immuned it with the dodge. See, like the Berserkers are really good at like covering each other. Like, so what they've been kind of doing is every time someone goes in on one Berserker, the other one kind of just drops like an earthquake on top of that mosh pit, and so it's kind of shutting down any real advance me and my Berserker are having, because like I don't really have something that big that I can push on demand that would like shut people down. Because you can super armor through the chain destruction fist, and because that's a lot of stagger. Yeah, see, I didn't do a lot of damage because it's a lot of stagger, but it's paralysis. It's not actual like stagger. So if you have, well, actually, I think it overcomes paralysis immunity. I know for a fact you can super armor it, because I eat and fucking finish strikes all the time through it when I'm trying to do it. And so as a scrapper, that's kind of like one of the that's kind of like the more frustrating thing that I run into with the current state of PvP, is that you just like, it's kind of skewed a bit towards people that have more like instant what's the term I'm trying to use, like instantaneous reward or like instantaneous effect, right? So like Berserkers with earthquakes are really good because the sword storm has a very wide AoE on it, and it slams the ground, and you can catch a whole team with it, and it's really nice. Chain Destruction's Fist has a small area, and oh, and not to mention that earthquake is considered a hard CC and not a soft CC, so you can't really like super armor through it. You have to dodge through it if you're gonna dodge it. If you want to like deal with it. Whoa, how did I end up on? All right, if I end up on like the MVP screen, that's not good. I mean, that's not good for the whole lobby. That means we're all kind of rough. But it might be good for me though, for some more mode. But yeah, so it's just like that's kind of like why Scrapper I get a little sad when I play it, because like it takes a lot of setup to try to get something, and then the amount of reward for the effort I feel sometimes just doesn't feel equal to what I have to do in comparison to other classes. But part of that's also just getting better, because I could have played that better. Definitely, I missed a lot of my stuns. I missed a lot of my my CC opportunities. I didn't play with the team enough. Yeah. Also, insta hit's just like hard to. It has a really short cooldown, or a really short range. So, yeah, this is kind of what I'm talking about. This is definitely more up my alley to get up, but I got caught out from that. And that was a good insta hit. Like that's what I should have. Like I should be saving insta hit for that kind of stuff, right? Where they're kind of like trying to get on me and clobber me, and then and then you can kind of get up with the spacebar and then just insta hit to kind of like save yourself. Woo. I don't think I should have missed that one there. I'm actually not quite sure how that insta hit missed. Yeah, and then like so stuff like that you have a good answer for because like people think that like Call of the Wind God is like super OP. It's really not. They're not safe in there. If you have any form of like CC that you can super armor on top of them, like a knockdown, like for instance Dragon's Advent, you can tripod to have like super armor on it, and then you can just get that done. And then it'll basically, you know, you can use it to shut down their Call of the Wind God pretty easily. Like that. Like you just use that and it just stops them. I mean, they have pretty good focus though for, because they know the Paladin's kind of like pretty important, but at the same point, me and the Berserker are kind of like responding where we need to respond. Or, so it's giving the Paladin time to actually do things. Oh, I missed that. See that? Like again, that death rattle. Like the AoEs on a Scrapper are so tight sometimes that it's like you're like, how did I miss that? Did I say you two really want to like do this? Like, all right, be my guest. Oh, he didn't get the lance. I thought he got the Glaivier. See, that was a very good stun. I stunned her out of what she was trying to do, the Deathblade, and like that was very good. I don't know how I landed that, to be honest. I wish I could land those more because it's a very tight, like we don't really need to push this too hard. We kind of just wait for them to come to us. I haven't like done any of this since like Glaivier got added, so I really don't know anything of what Glaivier has for moves, and I should probably like research a little bit into that. I'm getting the combos down better though. That's definitely for sure. Ooh. Nice. Because like a lot of the damage from Scrapper comes from juggling the targets. Nice. It comes from juggling the target. So like what you want to try to do is, and it's still kind of hard because like your juggles are aside from like, yeah, see, we did a lot more damage there. That was really good. We were able to get a lot more openings. I think part of that was also just because we had a Paladin to help out with like defensively. So I don't know if I can really use that as the gap, but personally for like actual execution, I definitely did a lot better there than I did last time because I actually landed stuns. I actually like pulled out combos, like the combo where because like your combo is you want to try to do charging blow into fierce tiger strike into like a true rising fist to just keep juggling them in the air and then drop it and then you leave. Like, well, you drop it and then if you know they don't have spacebar, you can then follow up with a death rattle or a chain destruction fist. Or if you don't know they have spacebar, you can just do that, carry them, and then just like walk away, and then try to go help somewhere else. Because if they do have spacebar, you're not gonna be able to follow it up. Not to mention, a lot of times they might use spacebar aggressively, and if they use spacebar aggressively and you try to do something like chain destruction fist, they'll get out of that. So, like that's kind of the stuff that's going in my head when I'm trying to like figure out what to do. Also, I think this might have been the Paladin who was on my team last time. And now he's on the enemy team. But we have a Shadowhunter and a Gunlancer. These aren't bad comps. These aren't bad comps. Or, well, this isn't a bad comp. To, like, face. So it'll kind of come down to, oh, wait, no, it's not. That's a different Paladin. Oh, he's got the Omen skin. I like the Omen, Gunlancer weapon. I think it's really cool. Alright, let's see how this one goes. We probably only really have time for like maybe another 1 or 2 more matches after this one, but we'll make everyone count. Alright, so he has a shield, so there's no real reason to go into that, but since the team wants to go into it, the team gets what the team wants. Oh, that was a good follow-up on the... Because the problem is that, like, so when you see the Paladin, we shouldn't really be going in for damage when he pops his shields, because the damage reduction on it is just insane. Oh, he pushed him out. That was a bit unfortunate. I was trying to, like, to get whatchamacallit, I was trying to capitalize on that stun to try to get the Dragon's Awakening on him, but he pushed him like so far out that I just couldn't do anything. Oh, I got caught into the whirlwind. I'm just gonna wait it out. Alright, so we caught the Berserker there. Alright, we shut down what the Glaivier was trying to do. And we got some damage in. Alright, so we got Angry Cockroach. Yeah. I got a little trapped in that corner when I shouldn't have. I should have pulled back sooner. But they're probably gonna get 3 kills off of this. But we got 1 kill. Everybody always falls for the tenacity death rattle. Everybody always falls for it, dude. It's so good. Alright. A little too soon on the on bringing that that back down. But yeah, generally I run tenacity on my death rattle, because a lot of people see death rattle and they try to initiate on it, and then you make them regret by getting the death rattle off. anyway, and then still getting like a knockdown. Damn it. Yeah, that's the issue with that's the other problem with insta hit, is that it doesn't have paralysis immunity, so any little hit just counters you. Ooh, that was a mistake. I shouldn't have gone in there. I gotta get out. I gotta get out. You don't want to come in the fire? It's toasty. I mean, I'm gonna die eventually, but I want them to work for it. I ran out of like... I ran out of stamina there at the end, so I couldn't continue the combo. But that was actually a pretty good match, and that was a pretty even team comp, I would say. Gunlancer to Paladin, because both are pretty much considered supports. Yeah, I definitely need to be a bit more aggressive, but more intelligent on what I'm aggressive on. All right, so do I have enough for one more? That's the issue. Alright, I'm gonna go to Vern, to North Vern. We're gonna like ocean liner over to North Vern, because I don't want to miss Velada, because I don't really have much time after stream to hit the Adventure Islands. So I'm just gonna go and get to like North Vern and sail over, and then depending on how much time I have left, maybe I'll queue. Because I should have time. I should have enough time for one more. But I do like this. I kind of, because I'll need to go back to watch how I do. But I really, actually, for some weird reason, I'm a lot calmer doing this on stream than I was when I was by myself. Calmer as in I'm, you know, some of those interruptions, if I'm off stream, I would have been borderline on like flinging my desk. Like that insta hit that I got interrupted with the Glaivier, just simple swings because no paralysis immunity. Like, ugh. Drives me up a wall. Meanwhile, because that's the kind of thing you kind of have to push out of your mind when you're PvPing, is what other classes have over yours, especially if you're kind of like suffering a bit, because it's you're just gonna tilt yourself super hard. And I don't think we're gonna have no, I don't think we're having the time for more PvP, but I do like that we did it like doing it on stream. So I think I might just make that like a thing, like maybe not towards the end of stream, maybe I'll take like an hour in to kind of just do PvP, because I kind of like that. I like the mentality I had going there, because I was definitely kind of being a bit more a bit more analytical about what I'm doing and what I need to do. And then and so it helped me definitely be calm, because the problem is with the worst thing you can do in PvP, right, is like lose your cool. But once you start losing your cool, you stop making good decisions, and that's when you start that's when you really start making mistakes, and you kind of just spiral out of control, is when you start doing that kind of stuff. So being able, you know, to kind of just keep grounded and just keep your cool and just do stuff, yeah, I didn't think that would sell, is really important. And for me, I have a hard time doing that off stream personally. All right, is any of this any good though? We can burn time looking at some of these stones. Not really. Oh right, I forgot I was gonna try to sell these. Except for that one. That one's kind of garbage. That one's bad, and this one I just tried to sell and didn't sell, so no point in trying again. We're gonna double check the purple accessories, see if anything's in here. Purple accessories can actually go for quite a bit, deceptively enough. You would think it'd be the legendary ones, but no. A lot of people are kitting out their alts in purples, and those can go for a decent amount if you get a good one. Expertise, no. I don't think we got lucky with any. Oh, that might be worth trying to sell. Could be worth something. Wait, what was the quality on it? Oh yeah, maybe. Especially yeah, there might be someone who wants that. We can try. Alright, and then is anything good on the tripod armors? No. No. Wait, power strike. Is that one that gets used? I always forget. That gets used in like chaos dungeons. No. I think that might sell for 50. Red explosion. Maybe we'll try selling the. I know the red explosion one for a fact is what you use on your battering fist, because that's this one. I don't know. Is enhanced fist? No, it's not. It sounds like something you would use, but it's not, because all it does is give you tenacity, while the other one gives you damage on push immune targets, which is night and day difference. But I have wanted to try out Iron Cannon Blow in like PvP. I don't think it'd be very good, specifically because I think it'd be better if the advancing was in a different one, because the fact that you can give it tenacity and if you could advance far with it is pretty good. You could kind of use it defensively or a little more aggressively. But so unfortunately that one is a nope. But we can try selling these two. At least I think this might sell for 50 gold. And then I think we'll put 30 and 50. And then this one of these was pretty good because this had +3 taijutsu. And then this one had +3 master's tenacity. I think we'll put those up for 50 because I don't think they'll sell for much more, especially because they don't have a lot going for them aside from high quality with one is the class engraving and the other one I'm kind of trying to target both taijutsu and berserkers, because I think since it was on the ring, maybe they might want it because it has the master's tenacity on it and swiftness. I don't know that quality. Tier 3. Then here I'm just gonna see if anybody is selling these for anything. What was it? Raid Captain Spirit Absorption. If it was specialization, I would have just sent this over to my Berserker. Or held on to it to decide to send it to my Berserker. Where is that? What are you selling for anything? 10 gold for 1-1, crit 190. What's mine? Mine's 1-1, crit 209. But I think mine is worth. So we probably have the same exact type power reduction. Yeah. So I'll sell mine for 15 because it's not much better. No, I'll sell it for 20. It's not much better, but it has better quality, so higher stats. So that could sell for that much. But inviting people to party right now isn't really going to do anything because you have to wait to see if you're in the same instance. That's why I don't usually accept party invites while waiting for the island, because I can't tell you how many times I've accepted the party invite and then I end up on a different instance when we load in. Because there's no, from what I can tell, I'm not sure how people, like how taxiing works for like Moke and stuff like that, but from what I can tell, when you're in a group already, there's no like, there doesn't seem to be any sort of system in place to kind of pair you together when you're trying to like, load into stuff. So I'm not quite sure how people are like. I probably could look into it. There might be a way to like shift. Oh, we have 200. I was waiting to be able to buy 3 stones. I can do that today. Maybe one of those will proc into something good that I can either use for myself or send or sell it. Make a little bit of gold. Make a little bit of gold. But today wasn't too bad. We had a lot to talk about. Earlier in the stream, I talked about the class balance changes that went live in Korea. There were some interesting changes there. A lot of stuff stayed the same. A lot of stuff got changed. So I saw that was earlier in the stream. So if you're curious about that, you can kind of like watch on the VOD or I'll have the video uploaded on YouTube. Hopefully later today, if YouTube doesn't take 3 years to process it like it has been those last couple days. We talked about the express pass changes and then we talked about the patch notes. I also did that earlier in the stream. The patch notes were pretty good, honestly. I liked how they actually gave concrete information, like, you know, how, hey, we're taking out the gems specifically for the bots, but then we're replacing it with all these engravings, and you're going to get 10 of each. So, you know, for battle and for class engravings, which is going to be very, very helpful, especially with a lot of new classes coming out, because I think now that'll means I'll finally be able to, I'll have an incentive to give myself purple engravings for the Glaivier, so she can at least run level 3 pinnacle. And then we were able to speed run our dailies. I think I might start just trying to, and then we PvP'd some. We didn't get all of it done. I think we only got 3 matches in today. Yeah, we did 3 matches. I think next week what I'll probably start doing is like, because I definitely want to start, I'm definitely want to do a lot of PvP on the Destroyer. Destroyer PvP just looks fun to do. And then with the changes, like, for instance, there's a change on one of the abilities where, yeah, we can get rolling. Where Destroyer has this ability that you shoot out this like gravity beam at things, and they gave it a tripod that reduces attack speed and movement speed on a target you hit, and it gives you 2 gravity cores. And apparently in the PTR, when you used it, it gave you 2 gravity cores per hit with one of the tripods. So you could basically, what you could do is you could really make some people's lives just hellacious by gravity, like just hitting them with that gravity ability. So they're just like movement speed and attack speed slowed down, and it's just like, I can see that being some pretty nut. There's probably gonna be some pretty nutty combinations for the changes to Destroyer and PvP. I'm kind of curious to kind of do some digging for Destroyer PvP videos from Korea, probably like during this week, just to see. But I do want to make PvP a bit more regular stuff, just to, because, you know, the more you do it, the more experience you get, and then the better you get, and then I can kind of like work my way through bronze, and then hopefully maybe by the end of the season work my way up to platinum to at least get the platinum mount. That's kind of the long-term goal I've set for myself for PvP. So that's going to be pretty, that'll be pretty nice to just kind of like work towards, like, little by little, and not kind of like brute force it. To be honest, I don't know what the hell I was thinking the first time I tried ranked PvP. Like, in my brain, I was like, I've watched all these PvP videos. I should be better than the average person, blah, blah, blah. And then, like, I got in there and I got, like, my ass handed to me. Especially because, like, I did ranked, like, the first week or two that, that PvP was, like, ranked came out. And then I forgot that that's a bad idea, because everybody like starts in bronze and silver. Well, no, second week, sorry. Everybody starts in like bronze, because and so that means all the players who played in like Russia and PvP'd to like pretty high ranks in Russia were in bronze, and I was like, what the fuck is going on? So, you know, I kind of like opened my eyes a bit of like, you should probably temper your your expectations a little bit, because it's a little rough. It's a little rough out here. So that was kind of a bit of an eye opener, to say the least. But I think it helped me like step back and then like kind of like reevaluate and be like, all right, so this is what I can do. This isn't such a bad thing. I need to take this at a slower pace, that kind of thing. So that way it's just, you know, it's just better. It's just because like I feel like PvP is something that if you attack it with like a slower sense of pace, is something that will in the long run be better than if you try to be like now. And I should know this because even though I only casually PvP, I still have a decent amount of PvP experience under my belt across different games. So the fact that I am a little disappointed in myself that early on I didn't kind of hit PvP with this mentality of you know, take it slow, just learn the game, get used to it. Because again, I'm pretty much a noob to this game, especially for PvP. Because like I've only played the game since it came out for the West, so I don't know why I was thinking that I'd be this like hotshot PvP guy. I guess like the PvPer in me from like other MMOs was like, well, I've PvP'd in other MMOs, so that means that PvPing in this MMO, I should be good to go. And that is not how it worked. Not how it worked at all. But at least, you know, I'd rather have that wake-up call at the beginning of a season than like towards the end of a season. So that way we can now just tackle it slowly. So I think going forward, I might try to make Wednesday kind of like a PvP day. Since Wednesday is also the day that we don't have anything but Adventure Island. I think I might take like, I think what I'll try to do is do it like in the middle of the stream. So like I usually stream for like 4 hours. So I'll probably do it like 2 hours in. So that way, you know, if I'm feeling the groove of it, I can, you know, we can just keep PvPing like another hour or two. But if not, then it's also whatever, because then we can just take a, you know, take a break, chill pill, and then head back to just do some PvE grinding and just get that done. But it was pretty good. It was pretty fun. Pretty fun. Those were some good matches, even though they were in unranked. But luckily, we also didn't run into any whatchamacallit, into any pre-mates, because that's always the concern I have when doing unranked, is running into the 3-mans, because that, I won't lie, I think that tilts me a little bit more than when just straight losing, because it's hard to counter 3-mans. It really is, like, especially when you can tell that they're like in comms with each other, because it's pretty easy to tell, because like you'll try to shut down one person, and then as soon as you like knock someone down, like all of a sudden their teammate shows up with like a stun to stop you, and you're just like, okay, they're in comms and they're together. So, oh my god, my kingdom for clowns to kill for cannonballs, please, thank you. But yeah, so that was pretty nice. Personally, I like that. I like that we were able to at least get on an even playing field of having having all solo cures in it, so that's kind of nice. But I definitely want to get good enough at ranked to at least keep to at least be able to stick in ranked more, because I feel like in ranked I'm not too comfortable going in there, because I'm just, to be honest, more often than not I'm just tanking my MMR. God, I knew such a frick. He was trying to take the cannon that I was blatantly running towards, because he thought he could beat me getting there because he's mayhem, because he's faster. It's like, really? You don't have to be that rude, buddy. You can, there's plenty of cannons around. Or you can just wait for me to get knocked off. I also didn't notice that. So like in Valade, this meter right here tells you how long you have until it knocks you off the cannon automatically. So for the longest time I was bitching and moaning about how it didn't have a way to tell me, and I wish I knew like when I was running out, so that way I wouldn't waste cannonballs and stuff. And then like I looked down for longer than like 2 seconds, and I realized there was that little bar there that like was depleting over time, and I was like, oh, it does tell you. I'm just dumb and didn't look at the UI. To be fair though, in my defense, it doesn't exactly there's no other, from what I can remember, there's no other like circumstance where you're looking here for like a meter of some sort, right? So I feel like it was a bit difficult to expect a player to just know that that's where he has to look for that bar. to tell him, because you can lose your cannonball shots from if you get knocked out like mid animation, like the cannonball won't go off, and then you lose the ammo, and then but you didn't deal any damage. So it is possible. So it does get a little frustrating. Also, I've never gotten higher than silver on this Adventure Island. I don't even know if it's possible to get higher than silver, just because of how tanky the alligators are. Because I don't think the cannons scale based off of your ha, you get for trying to steal my cannonballs. Based off of your actual score, gear score, or item level. Because I think if they did, you'd probably like one-shot the gators, to be honest. It's probably better that they don't, but still. I think we might be, like, there has to be something we're missing. Can I snipe that off? I didn't mean to set that off. I'm trying to snipe a gator. Snipe the gators. Oh, well, crocodiles. Sorry. They use, like, the model, like... It's funny because, like, I call them gators because, you know, gators have the... I guess they don't have, like, the rounded snout, but it's definitely chunkier than what a crocodile snout looks like. So, I keep calling them gators because they're just thick boys. Because crocodiles are actually relatively skinny compared to alligators. Because that's just how they evolved. Ooh. Pretty damn much. Oh, but I ran out of cannonballs. Ran out of the cannonballs. Oh no. You can't give them no meatball subs. Oh, sweet. Respawned. Just in time. Get a couple more. We don't need that many anymore. Because the gators are almost dead. But since these guys happen to spawn on my way out, we'll just grab them. To be honest, like, for it being like circus music, it's not half as annoying as you would think. It could also just be because I don't have it like blasting in my ear. This one's almost... I think that might kill it. Yeah, alright, so that one killed it. We're missing the other one. This is the issue I have with the meter, like, that just ticks down by time, is that you can't really... Oh, we ran out. But anyway, it's almost dead. So now we just move over here, because save a little bit of time by getting ready to just jump down when he dies, because he'll die pretty soon here. Boom, done. See, and silver. But we get 4 high seas coin chests. We get the 4K pirate coins. My dude, he really... Maybe he got it from just standing there? I don't know. We'll see if we can get the island soul, because I haven't gotten the island soul from Bada. Where's the other chest? There we go. We've gotten both chests, so now we're going to open them, because I think the island soul comes from the chest. No island soul, but that's fine. Anyway, that's pretty much it for the stream. If you watched, you know, this far to the end for the stream, I appreciate you watching. If you liked what you see, don't forget to drop a follow. If you're watching this on VOD on Twitch or YouTube, also thank you for watching this far into it. If you like what you see, feel free to come hang out and stream. I stream Monday through Friday from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Central. I'm gonna try to mix in some more PvP in the future because I kind of liked the mentality I had when I'm on stream. We're a bit more chill with it. If you're on YouTube, I should have timestamps below by the time this is uploaded to I'll probably divide it by class on the class balance changes that went live in Korea, and then I should also have timestamped when we talked about the patch notes and all that kind of stuff and all that jazz, and the PvP side of things. So, you know, if you're if you're watching this on YouTube, like, let me know your thoughts on the patch notes for our version, on the patch notes for the Korean versions, and, you know, maybe hit a subscribe to watch more videos, because I'm kind of thinking of like other stuff I can do with YouTube, because right now it's just a VOD storage and I kind of want to do more with it. But anyway, thanks for watching, and I'll catch you guys tomorrow with the extended event and the new update for stuff. So peace out.